Dude, that guest. This guest, bro. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That guest was so ridiculous, dude. Like, oh my gosh. How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna start getting people up here in a quick second for some debates. So what's up, Adore? What's up, Maylee? How you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Steph? What's up, Twitch Fetus? How you doing? Vivian, what's up? How you doing, Nina? Gabby, what's up? What's up, everyone joining in? Let me make sure to get everything set up here on the stream. What was going on? That guest on Dean's stream was actually genuinely ridiculous, dude. Like, I just like, I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells, like, listening to the conversation. It's so brutal. It's so brutal. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it. That guy was brutal. And he had PDS. He had Parker derangement syndrome. He wouldn't even have a conversation with me. He wouldn't even talk to me because he has PDS. It's ridiculous. Parker derangement syndrome. Unbelievable. Okay. He was brutal. He was brutal. Alani, thank you very much, the Galaxy. He was crashing out just at my existence. I just existed, and he was getting angry at my existence. We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Liberty, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I absolutely will. I absolutely will. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest or the first individual up here for tonight. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alani, thank you so much for pushing the Galaxy. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's get this first person up here for the debates for today. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month are you born?
May 24th.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
And you said you're 18 or 19?
19.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? Oh, you did say 18. A lot of people say. Or at least, I don't know. I might have misremembered them. That's very possible. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. They did sound young anyway. You know, how old are you?
We are Dean.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty. Give us a quick second. You know, how old are you?
Hey, man, shut your bitch ass up, bro. You ain't do nothing, boy.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. You know, how old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. Let's get the first person up here for debates for today. It'll take a few minutes to get some people up here as usual. Do just give us a little bit to get some people up here. Hopefully we can get someone up here before Dean's live ends. Hopefully we can. It's how old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 19 years old. I was born March 5th, 2007.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay,
I apologize for the acoustics. I'm in a big kitchen.
You're totally fine.
People always ask me.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay, alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
You know, I just kind of, he's a cool guy, you know. He likes to golf, and I like to golf. You know.
Okay. That's not a reason to support someone for president, so I had a feeling that was going to happen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, how old are you?
Say again. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Parker.
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what month are you born?
November.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump. Number one, he's not a DEI hire. Number two, he's more qualified. Number three, the Iran stuff going on, he's handling it the best that he could handle, and Joe Biden wouldn't have done near as good, and neither would Harris. And 1,000 different other things. The border control, like I can keep going, but we'll get into a debate.
Okay, what are his qualifications?
His qualification, well, he's been the president before. For this election, we'll talk about. He's been the president before. Kamala Harris was a DA.
Okay, so who would you rather vote for? J.D. Vance or Joe Biden?
Probably JD Vance, just because of Joe
Okay.
Biden's age.
But okay, so couldn't you say the same thing about Trump because Trump is older than Joe Biden was?
He is now. I would vote JD Vance above Trump right now if I had the option.
Okay, but you're not understanding. If you're voting based
No, I
on
am.
age, you would have voted for Harris over Trump.
No, I'd vote more than just that, but you said Biden versus JD Vance. And for that specific thing, there's multitude of reasons, but he was a terrible president. JD Vance is a great vice president, and also he's not 95 years old with I don't know if I can say that on TikTok.
Do you think that Joe Biden is more qualified to be president than J.D. Vance?
At this state and time, no.
Okay, so just because you've had a prior experience being president doesn't mean you're more qualified to be president. So what makes you
No,
think
I think
that
it-
Donald
I think it
Trump is
makes
more of a
you-
qualified candidate for president than Kamala Harris?
Because he has been. I didn't say that.
He has
you
been?
assume that.
Why do
Because
you think he has been?
He has been president before. What are you talking about?
So just being president before is not indicative that you are a more qualified leader. We just went through that.
No, it is.
Specifically
It
with
is.
the
You
example
said
where it
that.
was Joe Biden versus J.D. Vance. You don't think that Joe Biden is more qualified than J.D. Vance simply because Joe Biden has had a past presidency that he's fulfilled, but J.D. Vance hasn't. Therefore, under your view, if that's not the sole basis for how you deem qualifications, why do you deem Trump to be more qualified than Harris? You can't just repeat the same thing again. You have to provide something different.
Got you. So your question now is, why is Trump more qualified than Harris, correct?
Yeah.
Got you. Trump is more qualified for Harris because we'll go away from Harris never being president, because he's not a DEI hire, because he's actually done things in politics before. He's done great things for our country. He wasn't a vice president that did nothing under Joe Biden's administration. Those are some of the core reasons.
Okay. So
The quality he's doing as president right now as well.
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What has J.D. Vance done as vice president? Best
He actually has
accomplishment.
Best accomplishment.
Yeah.
I think JD Vance's best accomplishment would be the war on drugs.
Okay, so what specifically did he do?
The amount that he talked and made relevance to the war on drugs, the big beautiful bill that he helped create, 1,000 different things.
Okay, so he was a part of the Big Beautiful Bill. So you think that it is a good thing that he was the tie-breaking vote in the Big Beautiful Bill. So you think tie-breaking votes are indicative of qualifications that someone is engaged in. Okay, well, Harris had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, exceeding J.D. Vance, right, including things with the Inflation Reduction Act. Right, she was involved in doing things specifically with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. She raised over $5 billion in private funds for Central American countries specifically to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity. So you have to understand that based upon your own measures for qualifications that you would apply to individuals such as J.D. Vance, right, that would also apply to Kamala Harris to a greater extent and say that she's even more qualified than J.D. Vance, for example. Like, name one
She's
thing
not-
that
but she's
indicates...
not
Wait,
more
who's more
qualified.
qualified, J.D. Vance or Kamala Harris?
JD Vance.
Okay, why?
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you because you haven't answered a question that I've gotten asked
Wait,
yet.
I'll
Why is
answer that real
Kamala
quick,
Harris?
and then I'll answer a question that you have.
I got you. So JD Vance is more qualified because of the quality of work he's doing compared to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris raised that money with whose help?
That's just whether you agree with it politically. Is that really the difference? So the
No,
only
no, no, no. I'm
qualification
asking who's
distinction is whether you agree with their policies they advocated with more, not the positions they held in of themselves, and whether or not that deems them to have qualifications, but rather they agree with your political ideological views.
well that and their actual was I'm trying to think of a word. I can't think of the word, but their experience, we'll say,
Yeah,
of
well,
in
name the
political stance.
experience.
What did she do as DA?
Wait, name the
What did Kamala
experience
Harris do as
distinction
DA?
between.
Well, you
Wait,
said you would answer
name
my
the.
question.
Okay, go ahead. But I want you to name the experience distinction between
What
Vance
positive things? What positive did Kamala Harris do more positive or negative whenever she was a DA in California?
I would probably say in typical more positive. Now I'm not very familiar with like everything that she did as DA, but in typical I've seen, based upon what she's done, it to be positive.
Okay, well, murder rates went up, or smurder rates. Sorry, I don't want to get you banned. Smurder rates went up 28%.
Wait, I'm sorry. That doesn't mean
More
that
people,
you think she caused
more
the murder
people.
rate to go up?
I think her lack of ability to control her power, a position of power, made the murder rates
Okay,
go up.
so what
But
did she
also the
do
fact that people
that
are
caused
starting to
that?
move up. The fact not doing her job. What did she not do is the question.
No. What
That
did
she
she
was
do
not
that
doing
caused
her
that?
job. What did she do that caused that?
Yeah.
She did not. She cut budgets for 8 different programs. That
Which
the thing that she
programs?
says she's increasing. She cut programs for public housing. She
She
cut
cut source
Congress.gov.
so
Congress.gov.
Congress.gov. So when she was in Congress, she cut public housing when she was DA. That makes no sense.
No, she was DA and she
And she
wrote
cut
out a
public
bill.
housing.
She wrote a bill to get passed, and it got passed, so she could cut public housing.
Okay.
Also,
And what's the title?
people who
Give me a
left San
source.
Francisco.
Give me a source.
I don't know exactly. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, go ahead
I'm
and go
not gonna
find
know
it,
for a
because
fact.
that's ridiculous to say that a DA would be able to pass a bill to cut public housing. I just
She
don't
didn't.
understand.
She did not pass the bill. She wrote the bill. It went to Congress. It
Like
went to the House
DAs
of
don't write
Representatives. And
bills.
got
Can
passed.
you tell me what DA stands for?
District Attorney.
Okay, you think district attorneys write bills for Congress or write
They don't
bills for
write
the
bills.
legislative?
They suggest bills.
Okay, so give me an example where she suggested a bill to cut public housing.
The one she did.
No,
The bill that
'cause I
got
can give
passed.
you-
So she
wait,
could cut
actually-
public housing.
Wait, you understand that I would love to see the source. Go find it right now.
Okay, hold up. Don't kick me.
I'm not gonna kick you for jack shit. Emma, thank you very much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that guy was ridiculous. As well as Samantha, thank you very much. The $5. Thank you very much. I bet that guy is like I bet that guy is literally horrible to have a conversation with. So I'm glad that I'm not having to deal with that right now. Give him a second to find this information. He's got all feelings and no facts, so he's gonna never find this. So give him a while to find that information. Give him a second, everyone. Alrighty. 10 years later. We're still here. We've got nothing, and it seems like the guest has nothing. 10 years later.
Move in reaction bill.
Move in reaction bill.
Yeah. Constitution.congress.gov.
Constitution.congress.gov. What? Wait, you said min in reaction bill?
Move in reaction bill.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just on Dean's podcast, and now I'm on Parker's. This is a great day. Normally, I can barely get on yours. But
You've
Dean
been on
whooped my
mine before?
ass. No, I haven't been on yours. I've never been able to get on yours. I've been on Dean's twice. He whooped my ass one time, and it was like 50-50, and the next time he kicked me. But it's whatever.
Move in reaction bill, and you said it was Constitution Congress?
Constitution.congress.gov, yeah.
Okay. From what year?
Let's see.
Because I'm looking this up, but I'm not seeing anything.
2014.
2014? What, she was DA in 2014?
Yeah, that's what it says.
I don't think she was DA in 2014. Wasn't it? Let me check. Oh yeah, she was. She was reelected in 2014. Um, or wait, no, Attorney General in 2011. Sorry, I apologize. That's what I was saying, thinking she was reelected from. Yeah. She served as district attorney up until 2011, so she was already out of the district attorney position at that point.
Well, then she passed in 2014 in a different position. I'm misinformed. I apologize.
Okay, so wait, so she did this as district attorney when she wasn't district attorney?
No, I'm saying I must have got my facts wrong. She wasn't this attorney. She had held a different position.
So you're saying that she tried to pass this policy as attorney general?
Possibly, if that's what she was in 2014. It says 2014.
Okay, and wait, I've looked up exactly what you've said, and I don't see this. I can put 2014 after it as well. That's vice president.
Constitutional.congress.gov is where I found it.
Yeah, I typed that in exactly. Because if you just go Congress, all it comes up first is just congress.gov. It's nothing
Yeah.
like specifically for the bill. I looked up move in reaction bill, Kamala Harris, constitution.congress.gov. That's in 2014 even. I can try excuse me, doing more. I don't see anything for it. What are you reading? Yeah, I don't see it anywhere.
I don't know why. I just found it on Google.
Yeah, I searched it up on Google. I don't see. I literally looked up move in reaction bill, Kamala Harris, constitution.congress.gov 2014.
It's not popping up.
No.
I don't know. I'm on their website looking at it, so.
Yeah, I see nothing. Yeah, yeah, it literally says there's nothing that says this.
I don't know why you can't see it. It's on. I'm literally looking at it.
There was a bill where it was specifically for specific judicial rulings, like nothing that cuts like funding for public housing. I genuinely, I don't know what you're citing right now because I've looked up everything you're saying and everything comes up with nothing.
Okay. That's fine. We can go to a different topic if you want.
I'm just really confused. I mean, do you think that calling for cuts to public housing and social programs like that, do you think that's a disqualifier?
Not necessarily a disqualifier, but I think it's a negative. I don't like what Trump did with cutting certain programs. That's one of the things I don't like fully about Trump.
Okay, if Harris was going to ensure the programs exist now and expand public housing now, and Trump has no policy to do that, who would you support?
If she did everything that Trump has already done and continues to do the exact path that Trump would be doing, and then
What has
ensures
Trump
that, I
done?
would vote Kamala. Everything between how he decided with everything in Iran, border,
No, hold on.
ICE,
Public
everything.
housing. You said public housing. So what has Trump done for public housing?
He's cut it.
So do you not support Trump then?
No, I support Trump. I don't support every aspect of Trump.
Okay, so if you don't, I'm so fucking confused, dude. What do you?
I support Trump.
So
I don't
the reason
support
why
every
you
single
don't
thing
support
Trump has
Harris
done.
is because you think that she did the very thing that you're okay with supporting Trump for doing?
No, I think Harris has done worse overall than Trump has done.
Okay, like what?
With the act of border patrol, she and Biden both went with open border, fucking letting everybody in.
No, she
Abortions,
didn't.
that's a big thing.
Open border is not a thing. Open border means no
It was
restrictions
never
on the
a th-
border. She never advocated for no restrictions on the border. By the way, thank
But
you
her
everyone for joining
party-
in from
but-
Dean's stream. Appreciate it.
But her her party advocated for it that she was vice president for?
They advocated for what? Sorry.
Open border.
No,
Joe
they didn't.
Biden's
No,
Joe
Joe
Biden
Biden never
advocated for
advocated
open
for an
border.
open border. You're just making this up.
It's literally
Can you
in
give me a
all of
clip
his.
of Joe Biden saying, "I want no restrictions on the border"?
I can't give you a clip of Joe Biden saying anything that you can.
Can you give me a
understand.
piece of legislation that Joe Biden passed that said no restrictions on the border, or to not enforce border or any deportations at all?
No, that's what I'm saying. He tried to do open border, quote unquote, and then did more mass deportation
So
than Trump did,
what policy did he
going
pass?
against due process.
Wait, if he did more deportations than Trump, under your view, then how could he have done an open border?
That's what I'm saying. His whole political campaign was illogical and
No,
stupid.
no, your argument is illogical, sir. Wrong
How is my
conclusion.
argument illogical?
That is the wrong conclusion there. It means your argument is illogical.
How? You
Well-
said is Kamala Harris better than JD Vance? I said no. You said is Joe Biden better than Trump? No. You said if Kamala Harris was running against Trump, would you vote for Kamala Harris now? I said no. I'm saying the reason I say no is because she stood with a party that had nothing good happen in the 4 years that they did. Nothing.
Yeah,
Name
well,
one,
they had
name
bipartisan.
one positive impact that Joe Biden had.
Yeah, bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act. There's countless things I can point to under the Biden-Harris administration that were significantly better off. Practically every main metric of the economy was better off under Biden's administration at the very end of his administration, including real GDP growth, real median wage growth, unemployment, inflation, real domestic manufacturing investment. Every single quarter of Biden's administration grew, except for the last, and then literally under Trump's administration, every single quarter it's fell. Right, we can point to countless things that have been made worse off because of Trump's administration, and things that were better off at the end of Biden's administration. But yet you won't even take that into consideration at all. Okay, you say that the border was so bad. You say the border was so bad by the end of Biden's administration, there were lower daily crossings on a daily average comparative to the end of Trump's first administration. So the border that he inherited was less secure, based upon your own argumentation, than it was that he handed over to Trump in the very first place. Okay, so if you consider it to be open under Biden's administration when Trump inherited it, that means it was completely open at the end of Trump's administration. But you're unwilling to acknowledge that as well.
But you have skewed results because Trump in his first term dealt with COVID, did his best with COVID, and then gave it to Biden. Biden screwed everything up with that. Everyone saw the court hearing. What doctor did everything? We saw the fucking court hearing. We saw the court hearing. And then we're in the middle of an Iran
What did
war.
Biden screw up?
What did Biden? What's the fucking thing? The medical dude. What was his name?
You're thinking of Fauci. Fauci was there before Biden.
Before Biden, and Biden supported him.
Fauci was there under Trump.
Yeah, but did Trump support him? No.
Wait, didn't Trump put him in that position?
Trump didn't put him in that position. He was voting in the position.
Could Trump remove him from that position?
Not without passing it.
So then why is he not in the position right now?
Because Trump got it passed afterwards, and COVID, quote unquote, ended.
So he did remove him from the position
in his second term, yes.
Really? Because Trump gave him a medal, right?
He gave him a medal, yes, because
he gave him an award, right? For what?
Because we thought he was doing great things, and he was lying about everything.
So Trump thought he was doing great things.
Everyone thought he was doing great things.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, Trump put him in that position, thought he was doing great things in that position during the pandemic, and you're mad that Biden did that when Trump did?
No, because Trump didn't put him in that position. He got voted into that position.
Oh, okay. Wait, so then how did Biden put him in that position?
Biden didn't put him in that position, but Biden supported him.
So then why are you blaming Biden?
Because Biden supported him while he was in that position. And also
didn't Trump? Didn't you just admit that Trump did? Trump supported Fauci when he was in that position, and that's why he gave him an award?
Trump didn't support Fauci. He gave him the award.
So then why did he give him an award?
He gave him an award because he thought he was doing good work. Biden was in comparison with him and knew he wasn't doing good work.
So he thought he was doing... Wait, so Trump thought he was doing good work, right? That means he supported him, right?
No. Trump didn't know
these people, dude.
Biden was in comparison with him.
I swear, dude, like their brain cells have been nerfed.
How?
Dude, like you can't even think properly about basic things.
Well, I'm high. That's a whole different discussion. But,
Same here, but like I don't have that big of a problem.
But
That is not an
also
excuse, my guy.
Biden is taking confidential documents home and trying to write that in
Why
a
are we
memoir.
pivoting? Why are we pivoting?
Because we're talking about Biden. We're not pivoting. I'm talking about Biden. Biden was in comparison with him. Biden was given documents. Biden gave him confidential documents without passing anything, and then he took
You're
documents
just
home.
pivoting.
And then
You're
and
pivoting
then
because
told
Trump
he's doing a
had
terrible
Trump
thing.
had documents in Mar-a-Lago, instructed them to be moved to his bathroom. Okay, so I mean we
Yeah.
can talk about that in a second. Why are we even pivoting?
Because we're talking about we're not pivoting. We're talking about Joe Biden supporting him, giving him confidential documents that he should not have access to that have nothing to do with COVID.
Okay.
That's why he had to plead the fifth 17 or 19
Oh wait,
times.
you're saying Joe Biden gave Dr. Fauci confidential documents?
We don't know. It's confidential.
Okay, so then how do you know that it's at all? So you're saying gave him
Because of the
classified
recordings,
information?
because of the and because of the recordings in Joe Biden's memoir that he wanted to be kept private.
Okay. So in what year did this happen?
I'm not exactly sure what year. It was under Biden administration. All this evidence came afterward, so I was not 100% sure. I
Mhm.
wasn't as big into politics back then.
So just to clarify, you would never support a candidate that supported Dr. Fauci while in office?
No,
No, you wouldn't?
I would not.
Okay. So did Trump support Dr. Fauci while in office? At
No.
any point?
Well, at any point, with a medal, yes.
So you wouldn't support Trump?
Under that circumstance, no, I wouldn't.
Oh, okay. So you don't support Trump overall? You wouldn't vote for him?
No, overall, I do. There's certain things.
Oh,
that
okay.
Trump has
So you
done that
would
are
still
terrible.
vote for him. You do still support him. So do you see how like the backtracking happens as soon as you realize Trump would be implicated by the very thing that you're
Well,
saying
it's not
disqualifying
backtracking.
on
I don't
behalf of
support-
Democrats?
I don't support everything that Trump is doing, but I support Trump as a whole compared to Kamala Harris, compared to Joe Biden.
Yeah. So
I
like,
personally
what
think Hillary
specific
Clinton.
things?
I personally think Hillary Clinton would have been a better 2016 president
So what? So you would have voted for Hillary over Trump?
if I was old enough at the time and I had enough knowledge. Yes, with my knowledge knowing now, I would have voted for Hillary. Yes, but I think Trump is better than Joe Biden. I think Trump is better than Kamala Harris. Yes.
What's the relevant difference between Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris that gets you to say that Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but not Hillary Clinton?
Because I believe Hillary Clinton had a better political stance than Joe Biden and
On
than
what?
Kamala Harris. How she was going to proceed as president, some of the bills she had in place. I
Give
don't
me
know
specifics.
them exactly. You can't ask for specifics. I haven't studied that whole stuff for the last year.
So wait, so
but
then
I
how
did
can
some
you
work
say
in
that you would treat
college.
them differently if you don't know the distinctions between them?
I know the distinctions. I don't know them off the top of my head because it's been over a year since.
So you
I've
don't know the
researched anything.
distinctions?
I do, but not off the top of my head.
That makes no fucking sense. That means you don't know.
I've learned them. If I got a chance to look it up, I would, but
Go
I don't
ahead.
want to take up all the time.
Go ahead. I'm curious.
Okay, I got you.
Alrighty. Callinas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Trump lies. Totally agreed. Thank you so much. As well as Harmony, thank you very much for the $20. Thank you very much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Harmony. And W with the message. As well as AJ, thank you very much. The $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They say apparently never. Thank you for the hand art, or the galaxy. Thank you very much. Audrey, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you. Seriously though. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That was so brutal, wasn't it? And Fussy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I gotta click on the whole message to see the whole thing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, if you're on TikTok, hit that thumbs up. If you're on, or tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Helps get out to more people. Oh, and Fussy, I do know that. I actually do know that. As well as Jessica and Zach with the $5. Thank you. Emma, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That was so brutal, but thank you very much. Alrighty. Let's get another person up here to help this guy out while we try to continue the debates and while he tries to find this information. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month you born?
May.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Easily.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, main question. I just have one thing. What do you think about like LGBTQ, mainly homosexuality?
There's nothing wrong with being gay.
That's awesome. Does that mean we can be gay lovers?
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
No shot. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates.
I found what I was looking for.
Oh, you did? Okay, hold up one
Yeah.
second.
Hey,
Yo,
Miss
what's up? How old are you?
Dada Dean.
Okay, all right, go ahead. What'd you find?
Sorry, I had to look at something. I think overall Hillary Clinton had better perspective when it comes to financial situations compared to Kamala Harris. Sorry, I don't know how to fucking say her name.
Kamala?
Hillary
Just say
Clinton.
Harris.
Harris, yeah. Hillary Clinton advocated for more money towards certain healthcare programs compared to things of EBT and Medicaid, or sorry, not Medicaid, EBT and welfare. Compared to Kamala or Harris and Joe Biden, when they both wanted everything to be overfunded and they wanted to defund military.
Nope,
When Hillary Clinton,
there's no specific policy distinction. They both advocated for universal healthcare systems. Okay.
they both advocate, yeah. For
And also,
universal
when it
healthcare
comes
systems.
to food stamps, Hillary Clinton said that she disagrees with Trump's big beautiful bill cuts to food stamps and Medicaid. So you're just
She
wrong.
disagrees with the amount. She disagrees with the amount.
Yeah.
Not
they
that she
cut.
wouldn't cut.
No.
She believed she in her campaign she stated she wanted to cut, but not by the amount Trump wanted to cut, which I also disagree with Trump, but I still support him overall. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and where did she say that?
Let me see. It was in the debate versus or is it an interview?
Because I'm talking about her policy positions is updated today, right? Like she said that she disagrees with Trump's big beautiful bill, and the cuts that it has to food stamps and Medicaid. But this doesn't seem like much of a distinction to then say that you'd vote for like the rapist that tried to undermine our democracy.
I want to say he's not a rapist. Go back.
Yes.
He's not. He didn't convict. Did he get convicted of rape? No.
He
so
was
he's not a
held
rapist.
liable of forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will. Do you think that's rape?
Was it rape? Did he get? Did he get?
Do you
Actually
think, let me just clarify. Do
convicted of
you
rape?
think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
Depends what state.
Wait, no. I'm asking based upon your definition, not based upon legal definitions. Because you agree, just because something has a certain legal definition doesn't mean you agree with it.
No, but that makes it the legal law, and you can't change the legal law without you having power. So
Okay,
he
wait.
did
So
not
then,
get
but
convicted
you
of
could
rape,
still
meaning
personally consider something
you
rape,
can
even if it's
say-
not legally. Wait, because you could still personally identify something as rape, even if it's not legally defined as rape.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so I'm asking you what your definition is. I'm not asking you what the legal definition is, sir.
Okay, so my
Based
definition of
upon your
rape.
definition, do you think within your definition would it apply to situations where a woman is forcefully penetrated by her vagina or in her vagina against her will? Sorry, I can't speak.
No, it's not rape.
That's not rape.
Sexual assault. Yeah, sexual assault, not
Okay,
rape.
so can you define rape?
Yeah, rape is forcing somebody of the opposite sex to have, or not of the opposite sex because of now, but forcing somebody to have sexual intercourse with you using your reproductive organs.
Oh, okay. So like for example, if like an adult rapes a child using their fingers, is that rape?
No, it's sexual assault.
Okay, so you wouldn't consider that rape.
No, it's
So
sexual assault.
explicitly, you would tell that
Pedophilia and
child that they
sexual
weren't
assault.
raped. So
Well,
that would-
that
so,
w-
so
well,
that
they
person's
weren't.
not a child rapist. They just committed quote unquote sexual assault.
Yes, that's
Really,
what,
that's
what it is.
disgusting. Not only is it sexual assault, but it's also rape.
It's sexual assault. They're
And rape.
different. They're
and rape.
different
You don't
things.
need to be using your male member in order to be able to deem it as rape. That's ridiculous. Do you
Well, you
think,
said my personal definition, didn't you?
sir? Do you think women can rape other women?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. If they're not using, so explain to me. How, I have a question. Like, you just said that people have to be using like a male member to be able to do so. If you
I said
don't
their
think
sexual
that it's
reproductive organs.
okay, wait. So that, but if they don't use their reproductive organs to rape the other person, you're saying that's not rape.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you realize how disgusting that is, right? Like, for example, if someone uses, right, like an inanimate object, right, you don't think that's rape?
It's not classified as rape. It's classified as
No,
sexual
no, no.
assault.
Do you classify it as rape?
No, it's sexual assault.
So you personally don't.
No.
And do you
it's
think sexual
assault?
wait, so do you support people who commit sexual assault?
I don't necessarily support people.
Would
who
you
commit
ever
sexual assault.
vote for a candidate that had committed sexual assault?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah.
You would vote for someone that you knew for a fact committed sexual assault, forcefully
Yeah.
penetrated a woman's vagina against her will.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you just like don't give a shit if someone raped a woman.
No, but I don't
You're
think
you're
I
a
don't think
disgusting piece of shit. Genuinely.
But does-
You would still
does
vote
your-
for someone if they raped a woman, right? If you knew
No,
that
I
they
didn't say
raped
rape
a
a
woman.
woman.
Yeah, wait,
No.
wait. You forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape, whether you want to fucking define it as it or not.
Well, you asked me to define
It
it
is
as, it's not.
absolutely rape. It absolutely
It's
is.
not.
The
And
fact that you
also,
define it the
whether-
way you do in order to demean it being rape in the first place is a fucking common rape apologist bullshit narrative that you guys
Well, you
use to
can't.
demean rape victims from getting the accountability that they fucking deserve, the justice that they deserve. You're a disgusting piece of shit that you try to
Well, they
literally
can't.
use
They
language to
can't.
demean the fact that it's rape in the first place. It absolutely is rape. Don't fucking
They
diminish it or
can't.
demean it. Most people
Rapists can't
absolutely,
get-
you would
Okay,
agree,
so-
would categorize this as rape, right? You're appealing to a definition that is not typically used simply to undermine victims from getting their acknowledgement. Right?
Victims are
And
getting
saying
their
that you would
acknowledgement. Who
support a
says it
guy that
doesn't get their
literally you knew
acknowledgement?
sexually assaulted a woman is crazy. I have a question. Would you support a guy that you knew sex trafficked a child?
No.
You wouldn't vote for them?
No.
Okay, so do you believe all the victims of Epstein who got settlements from the Epstein estate for their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking?
Depending on which ones. Some of them.
Depending on which ones. So which ones do you not believe?
I believe that there are some people who are hopping on the bandwagon.
Can you name
trying
one
to say
person?
that they are. I don't know everybody by name, but
Can
I
you
know a
na-
lot.
can
I
you
know a
name
lot
one
of people
person?
went voluntarily. There's multiple people who went voluntarily.
So can you name one person that you believe was lying?
I believe was lying. No.
No. So then how could you say that you believe that some people were?
Do you believe that Michael Jackson's accusers were lying?
I think you're pivoting. Can you answer my question?
I can't evidentially say they were, and you can't evidentially say they were not. Neither of
You're-
us can.
So wait, by the way, with the victims of Epstein,
Yeah.
with the victims of Epstein,
You
So-
cannot
so
evidentially
here's
say
my
that everyone
position.
is truthful, and you cannot say
I would believe
everybody
that.
was-
I would absolutely. When you have so much reason to believe that this person has committed these particular types of actions, you're going to believe the accusations that are listed by the people specifically that have accused them, and especially gotten settlements with the Epstein estate for their accusations being deemed as legitimate. Okay.
Yeah, so you don't
So
think
I just like the
anyone's
fact
hopped
that
on
you
the
take it to this
bandwagon?
extent where you don't even believe victims of Epstein shows how much of a fucking rape apologist you are. Like
Well,
I
you
feel
don't
like
believe-
there's
so
no
you don't
standard of
believe money
evidence
is
that you would be
insensitive?
willing to accept. Like
You
there,
don't
it
think,
seems
you
like
don't
there is
believe
none.
money is an incentive of evidence. You don't
I
believe
think that
money is an incentive to lie.
I think that if Donald Trump could be put in prison and E. Jean Carroll would have to pay all the money that she got specifically in the determination against him, she would do so. She would pay all the money, right, that she received in the settlement specifically with Donald Trump to ensure that Donald Trump is put in prison for the rest of his life. You know that
Guarantee
she would.
wouldn't. I don't think she would. No,
I absolutely believe she would.
I don't think she would give up any of the money if no one. Now, I will say, if no one knew about it,
She was
because got
already a millionaire.
popularity from it.
She was already a
got-
millionaire. She absolutely would to ensure that he's
She
put in
got
prison
po-
for the rest of his
how-
life as he fucking deserves.
She got popularity from it. It increased her net worth more than that. She wanted the popularity.
No, she
wanted the
was
money.
already a millionaire prior to that point. What are you talking about?
But nobody knew who she was.
Yes, people did. What do you mean?
She had popularity.
Wait, ask Eugene. She was popular. She already had like a newspaper, like a part of the newspaper. She already was known. The idea that she wasn't known is ridiculous. You just didn't know about her. She just didn't appeal to people like you. Of course, rape apologists, right? That's not the person
Not a
she was
rape
trying to appeal
apologist.
to. Seems like
Not a rape apologist.
you are. You absolutely
No,
are.
No, I'm not.
Really? Because you just said that you don't believe victims of Epstein. You just
I didn't
indicated
say I didn't believe victims of Epstein. I believe
did.
some of
You
them
did.
are
You just said that you
lying
don't believe.
for
Yeah. So if you think some of them are lying, means you don't believe them, genius.
I don't believe
Can
some
you
of
like
them.
put two and two together?
There's some with
If
facts.
you
There's
don't
some with
believe some of
facts.
them, that means you think some of them are lying, right?
Yes.
Oh,
But you
okay.
said you
Okay,
don't. You
so
didn't
then.
say you don't believe some.
Oh,
You said you don't believe.
so you
You
don't
said you
believe
don't
them. You
believe
think that they're
Epstein
lying.
victims.
That's
You
what
said you
I'm
don't believe
saying.
Epstein victims,
You have no
including
evidence
all
that they're
of them.
lying. You simply
There are
just
some with
believe that they're lying
evidence.
because you feel like it. That's it. Your
There's some
feelings.
with evidence.
You just have your
There's some with
feelings. The facts
evidence.
don't give a shit about your feelings. And the reality of the matter is that these people are fucking predators. These people have a history of committing this particular type of violence. The fact that you would dismiss victims shows that you're a rape apologist. You absolutely are. Don't fucking deny
How?
it. Stand on it.
How?
If that's your position, why don't you fucking argue it? Because that's a disgusting argument to make. You just said you don't fucking believe them.
I never said that. I said I don't believe certain ones.
But
You
you couldn't
said,
name them, sir.
No.
But you couldn't name them.
Let me talk, Parker. Let me talk. You said that I believe that Epstein victims are liars. I did not say that. I've
Yeah,
said
you said
some
some are
of the
liars,
Epstein-
right?
Some are liars. You implied
Yeah,
that
so
all
name
of them. I
one.
didn't say
Name
all
one
of
that's a
them.
liar.
Name one that's a truth teller.
Every single one.
Exactly. You don't. But how do you evidentially prove that?
How do I
You don't
evidentially
think-
prove that? That's what the court cases did. That's what the settlement's supposed to do. That was verified through the context of the accusations. You understand that, right? And even
Context
so,
of accusations with
wait,
no
wait,
hard
wait,
evidence.
Wait, even so, like the fact that you have this fucking insane standard is diabolical. Can you name a single person that you believe lied?
Can you name a single person that you believe was telling the 100% truth?
Yeah, Virginia Giuffre.
Okay, there you go. I cannot name a single person that I think that lied because I cannot evidentially prove that.
I can also name another person I believe. Jane Doe 4.
I don't believe her
Why not?
because of all the bullshit she was spewing in her fucking interview.
Like what?
She was like, "Oh, he lured me in and he drugged me and he did all this." You wouldn't remember any of that if he drugged you.
What? Wait, I just want to let you know. She specifically said that she was trafficked to Trump by Epstein. And she was a
Exactly.
minor. She was like a 13-year-old. What do you mean?
But she also claimed that she was drugged. But she remembers getting drugged. She remembers getting trafficked. She remembers the island. But
Wait, I'm sorry. You could remember certain things about what happened also
she
the
went
fact
in
that they
she went
drugged
in
you. Like
detail.
what?
She went in detail, and the drugs that were evidentially proven.
I think you're
The drugs that were
mistaking.
evidentially proven were not at all had the capacity.
I think you're
to make
thinking
you
of two
live.
separate cases. I'm talking about Jane Doe 4.
That's why. Yeah, Jane Doe 4.
Yeah,
I
no.
think she's a liar.
Wait, but you
The
have that.
13-year-old. The 13-year-old, correct? Or she was 13 at the time.
What year did it happen between? What years?
It was 19. I think 95, 6, something like that. I
Nope.
don't remember the exact year. It was in the late 19s.
No, it was 83 to 85. You have no clue what you're talking
Okay.
about.
Well, I said the right here. I missed the 8 and the 9, but you know what I mean.
That's a big difference. It's over 10 years. So like,
Over 10 years.
yeah. So would you like to realize, like what you're referencing? You're just like, do you think the child was lying?
I think she was lying. I don't
So
think
the
the child,
child
was
was
lying
lying.
at the time. Did she go to the island? Sure.
So is
yes,
so is
100%.
Epstein innocent of those allegations?
No, Epstein's not innocent.
So if Epstein's not innocent of those allegations and Epstein trafficked her to Trump, that means Trump is implicated, correct?
When did she say Epstein tracked her to Trump?
Yeah, you can look up NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing files associated with allegations against Trump.
Allegations. There was
Yeah.
no hard evidence. There was no prosecution.
Wait, this is an
against Trump.
allegation from a victim of Epstein who got a settlement from the Epstein estate for their accusations against Epstein
Exactly.
relating to
They're
sexual abuse and trafficking.
They're taking settlements because they don't want to have it. They don't have any evidence, so they cannot prove it happened. It happened so
they
many
got a
years
settlement.
ago. They
got
drugged,
a settlement
and
with the Epstein
They got
estate.
They got a settlement because they don't have any evidential proof. And they knew they couldn't take it to
Wait,
court.
no,
How many of them took?
wait, no,
how
the
many
settlement
took it to
is
court?
listen.
How many took them
The
to court?
settlement is because Epstein was dead, right? And the estate, right, came to a settlement because they knew that the evidence was strong enough that they would have had to go to court otherwise. So it makes more sense for them to just pay out rather than go to court when they know the evidence is strong.
And you don't
Okay?
think one
It was a
person hopped on
determination
bandwagon?
made by the Epstein estate about how the court case would have gone. Okay, you have to understand those are the conditions. If you can't think that far,
I
This is
understand
again
those
just proof of
conditions.
the fact that the rape apology is blinding your ability to be able to actually hold people like Donald Trump accountable. You put violent sex offenders into the position of presidency. That's what you've done.
Yeah,
He was held legally responsible for violent sexual abuse, and you put him in the position of presidency.
because he was the best overall candidate.
Wow, no, he wasn't. Can you name one thing about Kamala Harris that was anywhere near as bad as what you could reference specifically with Donald Trump being determined to be a violent sex offender?
Nothing that's public that I know of, other than
Wow.
the DA.
So if there's nothing that you can point to, how come you can say that she was the worst candidate?
Because it doesn't matter what they do in their actual personal life; it matters what they do in politics.
Okay, so what did she do in politics that is so bad that makes you think that's worse than Donald Trump engaging in a violent sex offense, like being a violent sex offender?
Well, I'm saying that had nothing to do with his political stance. That is all.
Wait, so I'm asking,
civil.
what did she do politically that makes it so bad that you'd rather vote for a violent sex offender? Answer the question.
Okay, answer the question. Nothing. That's the problem. She didn't do
Nothing.
anything.
So by the way, she did. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act. What are you talking
still
about?
lost?
You said that she
But she
did
still
nothing. That's
lost?
just false. Okay, I just
She didn't
proved
do
you
anything
wrong.
of value compared to Trump.
Okay, when you say of value, what do you mean? Because I just gave you multiple things that she did of value. You're just unwilling to acknowledge it. Can you name one policy she passed you disagree with?
All of them.
Name one.
All of them.
Name one.
All of them.
Name one specific one.
I'm telling you all of them. I don't want to name one specific one.
You
All of
can't
them.
name one specific one. That's why. Name one.
Okay. So you're saying illogical things. I'm pivoting.
Name
abortion.
one specific one.
I'm pivoting. Abortion.
Name one specific one.
Look, Parker, just to make
You
feel
can't do
better,
it. Name one specific one.
I'll concede on this argument. Pivot
Because
to
you
abortion.
don't fucking know.
I do, but
So
I'm
this
not
whole
gonna have
bullshit. No, then
back and
fucking
forth.
answer the question. Don't be a fucking
You're red
little
herring.
kid.
You're
Answer
red
the
herring.
question,
You're
you
red herring.
coward.
You're red herring right now. You're red
That's not a red
right now.
herring. You're the one
It
engaging
is.
in a red herring because
You're-
you're not engaging with the specific question that
You're
was being asked.
you are diverting to a similar topic.
You're
that has
diverting. You're the
nothing to
one
do with the
diverting. You're
difference.
saying that we should talk about abortion instead of addressing the question I just asked you.
No, but is that red herring? No.
What do you think a red herring is? That's what you just that is defined as a red herring. What you just
To
did.
a similar, you are diverting to a similar topic that
No, it's a
does
different
not have
topic.
any evidence to prove the thing. I'm
Wait,
going to a
you're saying
completely
you're
different
saying a
topic.
similar topic that doesn't have any Wait, I literally am not talking about any difference. Okay, I'm talking about exactly what. Can you repeat my question, sir?
You asked me to name one bill that one bill that Kamala Harris passed that I disagree with.
Yeah, because you said that she hasn't done anything, right? She did nothing. I said, okay, well, I
has
just
not
named
done
a bunch of
anything to
things. I
amount to
named
the
you a thing.
stature
For
that
example, the
Trump has done.
Inflation Reduction Act, the tie-breaking vote in the Inflation Reduction Act. And you said, oh, she just hasn't done things that I liked. Okay, so I said, what specific policy did she pass that you disagree with?
She hasn't done anything that amounts to Trump's and what Trump has done.
So
The Inflation
what
Policy
has
Act
she
didn't
done
do
that you
anything.
disagree with?
Inflation Policy Act.
Wait, so you don't even know the name of it. You're just trying to repeat the one I just told you. Name one
Well,
provision.
that's the one you want to call out, so
Sir,
I'm saying that.
Sir, name
I'd rather
one.
tariffs than inflation policy.
Name one provision within the Inflation Reduction Act or one aspect of the Inflation Reduction Act that you disagree with.
All of it. I've said this multiple
What
times.
specific aspect?
All of it.
What specific
there is
aspect?
There is no single specific aspect because it's all of it.
Can you just think anything in general that you disagree with about it?
I told you all of it.
No, anything in general that you disagree with about it.
What do you mean in general? There is not in general. I disagree with the entirety.
So you can't say anything in general that you disagree with? Like what type of policy is passed by it? Do you know anything in the bill?
I don't know everything in the bill.
Can you name one thing that's in the bill?
Probably.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm smoking. Say again.
Can you name one thing in the bill?
Nah.
So you don't know a single thing in the bill, but that's the main thing you think that you disagree with on her behalf.
Like I said, not the main thing. It's all of it.
But you don't even know anything in the bill. If you don't know anything
No,
in
I
the
said,
bill,
not
how could
saying
you
that
disagree with
specific
all
bill.
of
I
it?
said all of the bills because I can.
How could you disagree with all of it if you don't know anything about it?
Because of the outcome, Parker. Because
So
of the
wait,
outcome.
it's not that she did nothing. It's that you know nothing.
No, it's because the outcome of what she did not amount to Trump.
You don't know what she did. So how can you even make that comparison?
Because I can make the comparison of outcomes.
You don't know what the outcomes are. Wait, actually, how about this? Can you name one economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office?
GDP.
Real GDP growth is lower than what it was at the end of Biden's administration.
Growth is lower, but the actual GDP is not lower.
Yeah, wait, I'm obviously referencing the growth rate, sir, not just the fact that it's gone. Obviously, you would say it's gone up over time. We're talking about growth rate. GDP growth rate is lower.
You said name one thing. I said GDP. You
Yeah,
assumed growth
economic
rate.
metric
Growth
that's better
rate.
off. You have to understand I'm saying GDP growth rate.
No, and I'm saying not GDP growth rate. I'm saying actual GDP. Our GDP is higher. Is it
Okay.
not? Exactly.
But GDP growth rate is lower. Do you agree?
Yeah, GDP growth rate
So,
is
so the
lower
economy
because of
as
the
it
Iran-
relates to growth rate
because
in
of Iran
GDP is lower.
because of the Iran war. Yes,
And who started that war?
Iran.
It was Trump.
tried to
Trump
have-
started the war. You
we
just said
tried to have a-
Iran started the war. Are you serious?
We tried to
That-
have a civil
that-
discussion.
What
They
type of alternate reality do you live in, sir?
We tried
Iran
to
did
have a
not
civil
start the war. It was
discussion.
the U.S. and Israel.
We had tried to have we tried to have a discussion with them. We did not start anything. We told them no nuclear weapons. Then afterwards, we
How's
had
that gone?
Huh?
How's that gone? What deal
Terrible,
have you guys
because
got?
Iran won't comply.
Okay, so then you guys aren't able to get a deal?
We had a deal, and then they broke the treaty.
No, Israel broke the treaty.
Yes, they did. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Israel.
Yeah, I don't think we should be partnered with Israel.
Well, that's what Trump's doing. Trump did
Yeah,
these
I know.
attacks with Israel.
I know. I don't think we should be partnering with them, but I still think we should be at war with Iran.
Okay.
should not have
And
access
what
to nuclear
benefit have we got from this war?
What benefits will we get at the end of this war?
No, I'm asking you, what benefit have we got so far from the war?
At this moment, none. But the war is not over.
And yet you support it?
Would you support? Okay, question. Would you support?
Do you support it?
Yes, I have a question for you. Would you support World War II?
Would I support World War II?
Did you? Would you? and did
Starting
you
World War
support
II or responding to World War II being started already?
Responding to World War II.
Responding makes sense, but not starting it.
Got
You would be the
Did
one
you-
starting it, sir.
I didn't start it. No, Hitler started it.
Yeah, and
Right.
that's exactly the same type of reasoning that you're using right now. Is the
No,
starting of a war.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Why were we in a better economic state during the war or not?
Were we the U.S.?
Was the U.S. whenever we helped fight the war, were we in a better or a worse economic state in the middle of the war?
Probably worse.
Okay, and then after the war ended and we defeated them, were we in a better or worse economic state than during?
I would say that we'd probably be in a better state because other people were in a worse state. So far that like we became like the main, investor after World War II.
Okay, so after
Like at the
right
Marshall
now
Plan
in
and
the
everything
middle,
with Europe.
right now in the middle of the Iran war, we are not doing positive.
I'm
But
sorry,
at
wait.
the end of Iran war,
You
when
know,
we
with
take
the
control
World
of
War
them,
II, didn't they fulfill the objectives? And you guys haven't. So, and also like,
we haven't had time to fulfill the objectives.
what was
war
what was the top marginal tax rate for the top
when?
1%
During World War II?
after World War II?
After World War II? Not 100% on that exact number, no.
It was up to 91% for the top marginal tax rate. How do you feel about that?
I think that at the time it was necessary, but now it should not be near that much.
So you're saying after war it was necessary. We're in war right now, so you're saying at the end of the war we're going to need that, right?
If we need it, then possibly yes. If we need it, yeah.
No fucking way I get these Trump supporters to argue for 90% top marginal tax rates on the top 1%. What fucking arguments? That's a crazy thing for you to concede to, my guy. Did you not
It's not
realize
conceding.
that?
If we needed it, which I don't believe we will, but if we needed it because we're a better overall country at the time at this point in time compared
Well,
to
that's
World
what
War II,
that's what you claimed. You said it was like a total good comparison.
it was a good
Right? You
comparison.
think
for
that right
specific
now is
topic.
comparable to World War II, which, by the way, we started this war. Did we start World War II?
No,
Okay, so very, very bad comparison then.
it's a great comparison. Did we need
Really?
to be in World War? Did we need to? No, listen. Did we need to be in World War II? Did we need to?
Did we need to respond to Japan with Pearl Harbor?
Yeah. Did we need
So
to?
did that involve us in World War II?
No, I'm asking. Did we need
Wait.
to respond?
Yes.
Okay, we needed to respond. Do you think Iran should have a nuclear weapon?
No.
Okay, so
Do you think
we would
Trump
need to
got?
respond?
Do you think Trump ever got Iran closer to a nuclear weapon?
Do I think they got him closer?
Yes.
No, I think they got him farther. So
Wrong. He did. He pulled out of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, that caps their level of enrichment of uranium at 3.67%, which would have been implemented through 2020 or through 2030, and then could have renegotiated from that position. And Donald Trump pulled out of that agreement, which led to them enriching their uranium up to 60%, which is closer to the 90% to go weapons grade.
Okay, and what did Iran do after we made the peace treaty with them?
What do you mean? They abided by the agreement.
They did not buy by the
They
agreement.
did.
They did not buy by.
They
abide
abided by the agreement while the U.S. was within the agreement.
We were in the agreement. Oh shit, my chair broke. We
While
were in the
do you agree?
agreement, and then
While
they
the
killed two
U.S. was
American
in the
soldiers.
agreement, they followed.
And they were in the agreement, and they broke the agreement by killing 2 U.S. soldiers.
What? Wait, when? What year?
Like literally 2 weeks ago. What do you mean? What year?
2 weeks ago? That's not when they were in the agreement, the JCPOA. When was the
No,
JCPOA?
I'm not talking about that agreement. I'm not talking about that agreement. I'm talking about now.
I'm talking about the JCPOA, dude.
Okay, I wasn't talking about that. I was on now, the topic of now in
Right,
Iran.
and you know that Israel is the one who broke the agreement. That's why, right? So it's like
Exactly. And we have a partnership with, we have a partnership with Israel.
Dude. And Trump
We have a
decided to do
partnership-
that, sir.
We have a partnership with Israel, and
We shouldn't.
as Americans, we shouldn't. No, I don't believe we should. But we have a partnership with Israel, and we are upholding our part of the partnership.
Any other reason that you have to justify what you're saying? It doesn't seem like you are justifying it from your own perspective, even.
No, I am
Thank you
justifying
for the
it.
galaxy. Thank you very much, Minyanya.
The entire purpose of Iran war was to stop them from having nuclear weapons. We are trying to stop
The
them
Iran
from having
war
nuclear
didn't
weapons,
prevent them
which-
from getting a nuclear weapon at all. What prevented them from getting a nuclear weapon was the original strike about a year ago, the Operation Midnight Hammer. Now, the Operation Midnight Hammer was only ever needed because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA in the first place. So, because they got closer to a nuclear weapon because of Trump pulling out of the agreement, there needed to be a strike to prevent them from being able to continue their operations to develop a nuke.
Yes, and now, and you, like you said, they should not have a nuclear weapon. And now, because of the things
Trump
they're
got them
doing,
closer.
Trump got them closer and then pulled them away.
And this is
Trump's
also still not comparable to World War II.
It is comparable to World War II.
It's really not.
Well, I was talking about financial state comparative, but the whole part of the war is not comparative to World War II. No, because it's not a world war; it's country and country, or two countries
and
versus one country.
we started it.
Yes,
Okay, thanks for the concession. So,
I didn't
not
concede.
not a good comparison.
Did not concede, but I still want to talk about abortion because that was my second topic.
Yeah, if you'd like to pivot and move on to abortion, we can. After trying to justify the United States and their actions in the Iran war, which is, by the way, killed a bunch of Iranian civilians for no benefit to the U.S.
Well, there will be benefit. That's what I was talking about earlier.
There will be,
It takes time. It
but
takes
there's
time to
been
have benefit.
none.
Because whenever we overtake Iran,
So we've lost
they will
U.S.
have
service members. We've had
We
no
have.
benefit, and
Not
we've also
yet.
lost Iranian civilians.
Yes, with a total benefit in time, because they will have no nuclear weapons, which keeps not only
Wait,
the
how do
country
you know
but
that?
the world safer. Because we're gonna win. We have
Okay, you
numbers.
say we're gonna win. Are we winning right now?
Yes,
Then why aren't they accepting the terms?
because they're stupid.
Okay, so we're not winning.
No, they're not accepting the terms because they think that they can win when they can't.
And how are we winning?
Because of overall numbers and the pressure we're putting
What
on
numbers?
them at the moment. The numbers of the amount of money we have in our military, the amount of people we
The
have in
amount
our
of
military.
numbers we have in our military. Tell me what the fuck that means. Like military spending?
Yes, financial numbers.
Wait,
Which
I'm
is
sorry.
being
Military
increased.
spending doesn't mean we're winning against Iran.
Wait, no, no. Let me finish. We have more budget to fight Iran.
Yeah,
we have more people
yeah,
to fight
because
Iran.
you guys
We
are
have
wasting
higher
our money.
technology. We have higher technology to fight against Iran.
and you guys are still
Well-
losing
How are we losing?
because you have no benefits since the beginning of the war.
Not, okay, like you said,
You've-
in the middle of a
Wait,
war.
I have a
you do
question. I
not
have a question. In war so far, have you lost U.S. service members?
Yes,
Okay. Has there been any benefit so far?
we have excelled in the war. Yes,
So there has been a benefit.
us getting closer to them, either signing a deal or conceding completely, and we take over their country.
Which we have no evidence of yet. You
Not-
think we're gonna
yes,
take
because-
over Iran?
If it comes to that, yeah.
You're fucking stupid. No, there's no evidence. You think we're gonna do boots on the? You have to do boots on the ground to take over Iran.
I know. I don't want that to happen, but I'm saying with in turn, if they do not concede or sign an agreement again, and we take away some of our agreements with Benjamin Netanyahu, and they don't act stupid as well, then if that proceeds to happen, they will have no nuclear weapon, which is a benefit to not only America but the world. And NATO has said
You
that.
said that we're gonna
Iran
take
should
over
not-
Iran. Wouldn't we have to do boots on the ground then?
I'm saying if it goes to that point, we would have to take over Iran, which would be the largest benefit overall to the country.
So you do think we should do boots on the ground in Iran?
If it comes to that point, then yeah.
Okay. So are you gonna enlist?
I already went to the military.
Why not
I'm
again?
disabled.
Why don't you enlist
I'm
to
dis-
be on the
I'm
front
disabled.
lines?
I was disabled. I'm disabled.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
PTSD. No, it's fine. It's fine. No matter.
Okay. So and you're saying you would go back to war if
If they would let me, yes.
okay, if they would let you.
Yes, which I don't. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to go back because of my my honorable discharge. But if they would let me, then I would totally go back. If we had to step foot on Iranian soil,
And you'd be in the front lines?
I would.
Really?
I was infantry, and I was in infantry and Marines.
Okay. And you'd want to die for this?
I would. I'd die for our country 1,000 times over.
This isn't
And I have
dying for
I
our
have a
country.
daughter. I have a daughter and a wife. I die for the benefit of our country, so my daughter and my wife.
But
my
your
wife
daughter
can
and
have a
wife
better
aren't
life.
benefiting from that at all.
Because we would have, if we took over Iran successfully, we would have one of the largest oil productions in the entirety
So-
of the world.
Okay, so because we already do.
We are the
So
largest.
if,
but we
yeah,
would have
so
on top
wait,
of
wait,
us, we
wait.
would have one
You
of the
said if we
largest.
took over Iran, we'd have the largest, one
I
of the
said one of
largest
the
oil
largest,
production.
yes.
We already do have the largest, right?
We have the largest on top.
So if we
of
already have
Iran,
the
we would have-
largest, why do you want to go die so that you can't be with your family?
so we can have larger and we can have a better economy.
So
in
we
a
can have
better
larger, so
country.
we can have better economy. The growth rate of the GDP is slower. Unemployment
the
is
Iranian-
higher.
Iranian
Inflation
war.
is higher. Real median
Because of
wage
the
growth
Iranian war.
is lower.
Because of the Iranian war, yes.
Yeah,
And
which
if-
we've had no benefit from so far.
So far, yes. Just like you admitted in World War II, we
And
had
yeah,
no
you're saying,
benefit
oh, we
in
could
the
just
middle.
take them. We could just take them, and I would die for my country. If you lived in Nazi Germany, you would have done what the SS wanted you to do, and because you think that would have been beneficial to the state of Germany, and it would have got you more money. Yeah,
Maybe. If I lived in that time period and I lived in that country, possibly. I don't know. I can't speak of that time. I'm an American
why
citizen.
can't you say, wait, based on your reasoning, based on what you're thinking right now, you're saying you would do that?
If I don't know. I can't tell you now.
The fact that you can't say that, like, you wouldn't want to do that, that you would say you
Well-
shouldn't do, should you
Well,
not
I
do
don't-
that?
No, you should not do that. No.
Okay. So let's just be very clear here. The point that I'm arguing is that based upon your willingness just to say, oh, I'm going to do it because it's in benefit of my country, even if it's at the expense of human rights and other people, right? That is literally the same type of reasoning that people used in Nazi Germany to justify being a member of the SS, right?
Well, they
or
were
to
brain-
engage in those particular types of war crimes when they were engaging in conflicts, literally trying to expand, right, their living spaces for quote unquote Lebensraum, right? Living space.
Yes, they were doing it for gain, and I understand what they were doing, but they were doing it in the wrong way.
So what way should they have done it in?
The way we're doing it right now, we start off with they were trying to overtake countries.
They were doing it in the
We are
wrong
not
way,
trying-
so they still
we
should
are
have been
not
doing the
trying-
same thing. Just they should have been doing it in a different way. Is that what you're saying?
If Nazi Germany wanted to take over whatever country, they should have done it in a different proceeding. It was
Okay.
also a completely different time than now.
Okay, so you understand that you're saying that like they were just unsuccessful, but that's still wrong for them to try to take over a country, right?
It's wrong for them to take over a country with no motivation behind it, other than
With
riches.
but if they had motivation, like they did, they claimed that Jewish people control the world.
What is that actual motivation, or is that just assumption?
Oh wait,
That's
so
subjective.
exactly. Do you actually have good motivation to go to war with Iran, or is it just assumption?
I actually have good motivation. We're not
What
trying. We don't
motivation?
want to take over. We don't want to take over their country. We
You
want
just
them
said
not
you
to have a
did.
nuclear weapon. I said
You just
if we
said you
had
wanted to take over the country because you would benefit with oil.
I said if we had to take over the country, it would benefit us even more. And if
You said
if
we would
I was
benefit
allowed
for
to,
oil,
I'd
and
step
you were
in line.
saying you said we should do it because of the benefit. That's what you're arguing.
No, I said that would be you. You told me.
Yeah,
that
you specifically said that you yourself would do it because of the benefit to our country.
If we got to that point, I would enlist again. Yes,
So you would do it for the benefit of the country and us being able to get more oil.
I would do it if we were forced to that point. If Iran never stopped,
You said
if Iran
forced to that
kept
point.
going,
No situation here is forcing us to that point. So then you're saying you wouldn't.
not at the moment. No, I think America's goal right now and my goal right now and every American citizen's goal right now should be focusing on the fact that Iran does not get a nuclear weapon. If they
And the
continue to try
JCPOA
that,
did a better job at that.
did it?
Yes.
What's to say they wouldn't have broken that agreement?
There's no evidence they did break the agreement.
But what's to
And-
say they
and-
wouldn't have?
Wait, who's to say that they won't break any agreement that you get with them through the Trump administration?
If they do, then that's when you go boots on the ground. Do I think we should?
Oh, okay.
No.
So you're gonna say, "Oh, boots on the ground." So I don't think that there is any reason for us to do boots on the ground. That's fucking crazy under my eyes. I think that there's no reason. You have no support for that. I don't think you're gonna be able to get the votes for that. Good
We have
fucking
NATO.
luck. No, NATO's not gonna help you.
I guarantee you, NATO will help us.
They're already not helping you.
If Iran was that
NATO
close
is
to a
already not
nuclear
helping
weapon-
you. NATO's defensive. So unless you're attacked first, they're not gonna help you.
That's what I'm saying. If they continue to go in the way that they're going, and they start doing things that they should not be doing, which they already are, but in more severe context, then we should go boots on the ground, and NATO would help us. If not, we have
So NATO does not help when we started conflict.
Yes, we started conflict, but I guarantee you that every country that has and does not have nuclear weapons that we have helped or not helped would not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They've already
And the
Russia spoke out of them not having-
JCPOA already prevented that without war. Do you want to hear an interesting clip? I feel
Sure.
like this is a really, really good clip for us all to hear right now.
I love being informed.
Good. This is something you should be informed of. Take a listen here real quick.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Yeah, who said that?
What?
Who said that? I'm asking you. I can hear, but I'm asking you who said that.
Let's listen one more time. Let's take a listen one more time.
I know
Let me
who
give
said
you a
that,
hint.
Parker.
He's orange.
I know who said that.
Our
Parker. I'm
president
asking
will
you.
start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
You know that's proving my point, right, Parker?
What
you know
point
that's
is
proving my
that?
point. If Biden was if Trump is saying that Biden was going to start a war with Iran, then starting a war means the best possible outcome after he got elected president. Trump did not say, "I'm going to start a war." He started the war after he was elected president. So he's doing the opposite of what Biden said, the guy who you're supporting. Or you did support.
No.
Sorry.
So this particular claim is him talking about Obama in 2011, saying
Talking
the
about Obama?
president will start a war with Iran because the president has absolutely no ability and idea how to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. Okay? So, by the way, he said he'll have to start a war because he can't negotiate. What's happening right now?
We're
Trump's
in war.
threatening war because he can't negotiate?
But he did negotiate. And
No,
also, Trump was
Obama
not the
did.
one-
Obama
and-
negotiated it and got it
and
done.
you know
So wait,
just
let's.
as well
It
as
seems
me.
like
but no, listen,
Obama's
Parker,
got the art of the deal.
but listen, Parker, you know just as well as me that Trump is not the one doing the negotiating. You know he has people who do that. You know Obama had people who are doing that.
Oh yeah,
So that
of
means
course
your
he's not going to be
Democratic
doing the
Party-
negotiations. He's shit at them.
How is he shooting at them? Obama doesn't do his negotiations. Joe Biden would not do his negotiations. Kamala Harris would not do their negotiations.
Yeah, they did.
Ronald Reagan would not do his fucking now I'm fucking blanking. I can't even say the word I just said. Negotiations. Ronald Reagan wouldn't do his negotiations. No president does negotiations themselves.
Wait,
You
I
know
do
that
think
just as well as
Obama
I
did
do.
these negotiations. What makes you think
By
that
himself with
Obama?
no advisors. By himself with no
Obviously,
advisors.
he had advisors and people involved with him,
Exactly.
but that doesn't mean that he wasn't a part of it.
Every president's going to be a part of it, but they're not doing it by themselves.
Wait, so how is Trump been a part of this?
Trump is a part of it along with his negotiators.
And
he has made great
meaning
deals.
he's failing then.
No, he's made great deals. Iran is just too
So wait,
stupid to accept
so
good
he's
deals.
failed.
No, Iran is just incompetent.
Wait. So what is a successful deal?
A successful at this time, like right
Yeah, you know, like an
If
example.
I-
Is it a successful deal where two sides are going to end up agreeing?
now. Yes,
Okay.
with the benefit
According
of
to that notion of successful deals, does Trump have a successful deal?
Not at this time. No, we're trying. That's what we're
No.
trying to do.
So did Obama have a successful deal?
I'm not too sure. I was a child.
Yes, the Iran
whenever Obama
nuclear
was in
deal, the
office.
JCPOA, was a successful deal according to that definition.
Okay. Then Obama can make successful deals. Trump can make successful deals.
No, he hasn't. Not with Iran.
He hasn't, but he can. He has made successful deals in the past. Do you admit that?
Which ones?
I'm asking you. Do you think Trump has never made a successful deal at all for our country?
You could say that USMCA was all right. Sure.
So okay, so he's made successful deals, meaning he can. He has the competence to. So it's just the fact that the other country is not agreeing to the deals because they are not of the stature of America, and they are illogical when it comes to decisions of government.
Okay,
That's
so
what's
then
happening.
couldn't you say the same thing for any Democrat, right? So every single political individual, because they advocate for something, and the other side, apparently under your view, has no competence, right? That means that then every single candidate for president is also going to have the same negotiation power as Trump.
I believe. No, okay, I will say this: I believe every single president in history has made some sort of half decent deal. Yes.
Okay, so then what tells you specifically that Trump is uniquely able to address these things? Because I would argue he's worse here, very clearly. He's not established anywhere near the conditions that were established in 2015, over a decade ago, under the JCPOA.
Okay, he hasn't established anything because Iran has gotten a taste of nuclear weapons, which I understand what you're saying about Trump taking away that the bill where they went to 60 whatever percent, but it was in a completely different time. It was over, like you said, it was 11 years ago. So the amount of nuclear weapons on the earth were less. The capability of getting nuclear weapons in Iran were probably less. And the amount we would have gained of taking away their
So we had more
nuclear weapons are
negotiation
also
power in
less.
being able to establish a deal, right? So then why did Trump pull out of the deal that we had better positioning to be able to establish?
Because I think Trump at that state and time did not think that that was the best deal.
Oh, and he obviously failed, right? He was obviously really
And
stupid,
I also
right?
believe that.
So he
that
was
time
obviously really
during whenever
stupid,
he was-
right? Do you agree he was
But I
really
also
stupid for?
believe. But
Do you
listen,
do you agree he was
but
really
listen.
stupid for that?
No, I don't, because I believe at that time that was whenever Trump was trying to get out of NATO and have no deals with any countries. And
He
that
failed
was
with
one of his
that too,
first
apparently.
moves. He did fail with that because of people who decide, oh no, we need to stay in NATO, which I agree we do
Trump
not.
doesn't sound very successful.
He's very successful. Just people do not listen to the authority of the president because
Which
of some
means
of the
he's
things
not
he has
successful.
done and said. Well, the people who are voting him in power think he is successful.
Okay,
Two-
you
two
guys
terms.
do, but you guys are delusional.
There are people who didn't vote for him and did vote for him in 2016 that changed their vote in 2020 though.
So
Or not,
what's your
not
point?
2020, 2024. Sorry.
What's your point? There's also people who
So-
have changed their mind since then.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. So you can't say you guys are stupid or you guys don't know what you're doing because people who are on your
I can
side.
I can
and
say
my
in
side
general,
changed
Trump
back and
supporters made a stupid vote. Would you agree?
forth. No, I
Or
think
actually,
I
all
think
Trump supporters, all Trump voters made a stupid vote.
No, I don't believe so.
That's what I agree with. So can you
Okay.
explain to me why you
That's your
think it wasn't
prerogative.
stupid?
Because I believe that the country, which we have the ability to vote on our own opinions, voted for the person that they thought was better at that time.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that they were better, right?
Not necessarily, no.
So if that doesn't mean that they were better, okay, my point is that they weren't better. Trump was worse, and they made a stupid decision because Trump was worse.
No, I don't think Trump was worse. The majority of Americans would not have voted Trump if he was
Majority
worse
of
overall.
Americans did not vote for Trump.
Okay, well, electoral college. I know where you're going to go with that, but it wouldn't have gone to the point it went to where he was elected for 2 terms if the people did not think that he was the better candidate.
Okay, so just because the people thought he was the better candidate doesn't mean he was the better candidate and that it wasn't a stupid decision.
No, it does. Maybe
No, it
not a stupid
doesn't.
decision, but it does mean he was the better candidate to the
It
people's
does not
eyes,
mean he was the
yes.
better candidate. No.
It means he was the better candidate to the people's eyes.
Wait,
yes.
so okay, so Joe Biden was the better candidate than Trump?
To the people's eyes, yes.
Okay, and that's not your standard though, right?
No, it is.
It is, so then Joe Biden was a better candidate.
That year, to the people's eyes, yes.
And no, according to your own position in 2020.
In 2020, I couldn't vote in 2020, so I can't say that.
Regardless, he was better, right?
I don't know because I couldn't vote in 2020.
Wait, but
I
you
only saw
said
the
you just said
aftermath.
whatever the people's eye is that you agree with. So no matter what, whoever gets elected, you agree with.
No, I agree with the people, and if the people make
The
better
people
decision
elect
in their eye,
someone. If the people elect someone, you agree with it, right?
I agree that the people have the right to elect somebody. Yes,
So if the people elected Jeffrey Epstein, would you agree with that?
I don't think the people would elect. I think that's illogical.
If that happened, would
one,
you
he's
agree with
dead,
it?
and two, in what time frame? Today? Obviously not, because he's dead.
Before he was dead, right? Like let's say like the day before he was dead, he was kidnapped and then he was freed, and then they let him specifically run for president of the United States, and he got elected. Would you vote for him?
Parker, you know that wouldn't happen though. That's like saying.
I'm
that's
asking,
like
would
saying
you vote for him?
Santa Claus is going to run from president.
Would
Would
you
I
vote
vote
for
for him? No, I probably would not vote for him. No,
You wouldn't vote for him.
probably not.
Probably.
No, I wouldn't vote for him.
Okay, so let's just be very clear, right?
Well, it depends on who's on the other side. If you have Hitler on the other side, since we're going with stupid things, probably
Harris.
would vote for Epstein. Harris, I would vote for Harris.
Okay.
Because Harris has more political knowledge than Epstein. And
Just because she
that's
has
it.
more political knowledge, by the way.
yeah,
That's the only reason?
yes.
Not because he's committed violent sex crimes and he's a sex traffic kids?
I've already told you. Well, he wouldn't be. Just as well as I know, it's illogical to say that he could even possibly get it because he couldn't. He couldn't, and you know that if he didn't off himself. But also, I don't think your personal things that you have done, while negative nor positive, should have an effect on the way the country is ran.
Oh, okay, so can I ask you a
don't-
question?
Yeah, sure.
If you knew for a fact that Donald Trump sexually or sex trafficked a bunch of kids with Epstein, would you still vote for him?
If he was the better candidate politically, yes.
Would you think he's the better candidate considering the fact that he still, you know for a fact, has sex trafficked kids with Epstein?
If he is the better candidate, then yes.
Would you think he's the better candidate, sir? Is the question I just asked you.
It depends who he's against overall.
Harris.
Yes.
So you would vote for Trump over Harris, even if you knew for a fact that he sex trafficked kids.
Yes. Now I have a question for you. Can I ask a question to you, real quick?
What type of fucking crazy
No,
ass
let me ask
person
you
is
a
it?
question. Let me ask you.
You
a
are
question.
just a sick person. Genuinely,
I'm a
what's
sick
wrong
person,
with
but
you?
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, you're a
If-
sick person for saying that you
No,
would vote
okay,
for
I'm
him
gonna
even
ask
though
you a
you
question,
know
though.
he sex trafficked kids.
Okay, but
What
now
the-
I'm gonna ask you a
What
question.
the fuck is wrong with you? What type of morally bankrupt answer is this? Genuinely, like how
Parker,
do you?
can you answer my question?
Before you do? How
Okay.
do you feel okay saying that?
Well,
How do you
once
how do you
answer my
feel okay
question-
saying that?
Well, answer my question, then I'll tell you.
No.
Can we do that? Because I believe your personal life has nothing to do with the political stance you held. But I have a question for you,
Okay,
Parker.
so if he sexually
If-
abused your sibling, you'd still vote for him?
If he is the better overall candidate, yes.
over Harris. So if you knew for a fact that he sex trafficked your whole family, you'd still vote for him?
If he's a better overall candidate, then yes.
You're not redeemable, bro.
But let me ask you a question, Park.
No, you're not redeemable. No point to have a conversation with you. Not a redeemable person. HPU, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. That person is just disgusting. Like, genuinely. What the fuck is wrong with these people, dude? What type of fucking stupid shit is this, dude? Who does that? Who says that? Who goes to that extent? Like, genuinely. Like, what type of fucking stupid shit is that? Your fucking own family, dude? Your own family? Like, Jesus Christ. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, so how old are you?
Yo, my fault. What's up, Parker?
How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
Wait. Oh, fuck. You got me there. Fuck! All right.
Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Alright, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 66.
Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump, sir.
Okay, for sure. I have some people to thank. Then we can move on to our conversation. Sky, thank you very much for the $11. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Over on Venmo, thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Joshua, thank you so much for the dollar. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? I literally just had to get out of that. That guy was so insane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as John, thank you for the $5 as well. And Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Janae, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2.50. Thank you very much. I just appreciate you being here. Alicia, thank you for the 12 euros. Thank you very much. Thank you. As well as Alana, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is a difficult one. A horse-sized duck. A horse-sized duck for sure. As well as David, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know. Imagine having the brain to do that in front of so many people. That's insane. Thomas, thank you very much for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure to catch up over on YouTube Super Chat, and then we can go on to the conversation for today. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. RJ Star, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. Fro, thank you for the $5. Jocelyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know, right? I think he is. Connie, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear that you've been dealing with that. I'm glad to hear that things are doing better. Thank you so much, Connie. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Tara, thank you very much for the $5. Tom, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Kalina, thank you so much for the $12. Thank you. That would have been good questions to bring up. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Justin, thank you for the $5. Aaron, thank you for the $10. And Kalina, thank you for the $5. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because I'm a countryman. He's a huge supporter of farmers, the Farmers Bridge assistance. I have conservative values. God's the only way. Pro-life, secure border, American first, love America, love freedom, gun rights.
I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 27.
Do you support Trump?
I do for the most part. Well, okay, the reason why I'm getting on honestly is my grandpa and my dad support Trump more so, and I'm kind of on the line.
Are they with
And
you?
they no, unfortunately, they're not with me right now. But I wanted to ask you,
Are you gonna debate me, or are you just wanting to ask me questions about like their views, for example?
okay, well, okay, um, okay, we watch your debates and everything together and not together. We support you guys. We support you and Dean as a whole, but he wants to know if you or Dean support anything that Trump does do.
Okay. It doesn't seem like you're looking to debate. If there's a specific thing about anything that I would think is okay, Operation Warp Speed or like the Trump accounts or the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime deductions, those are very small parts, very small portions of the big beautiful bill. Those are things I would agree with, but it's a very, very small portion of the ideology of Trump in general. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. What's how old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Please, everyone, only do send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates as always. What's how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, do you support Trump?
I love that nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates. What's how old are you?
Would you like to touch my penis?
What is wrong with you? Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And you said you're how old again?
23.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
For what he does for military and mainly military and like illegal immigrants.
Okay. What about the military and what about undocumented immigrants?
Well, for starters, for military, so I am in the military, and obviously we're technically not supposed to have, political views, but I mean, either way, we're supposed to, be.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you were given an unlawful order, would you refuse it?
Depends on the context of what that
Like
unlawful order
if
would
you
be.
knew for a fact that the order was unlawful, would you refuse it?
Could you give me an example?
Yeah, if like for example, the Trump administration ordered you to start just like slaughtering innocent children in the streets.
Well, if they're innocent, then no, I would take it, take the punishment.
Like you wouldn't listen, right? You would refuse
Correct.
that order, right?
Correct.
So, for example, there were 6 Democratic veterans in Congress that specifically said that. Like, if you're given an unlawful order, refuse it. And Donald Trump called for them to be executed. How do you feel about that?
I feel like he does good and he does bad. Nobody's gonna forget. Like there's some things that he's done that are unforgivable. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, everybody has done terrible things at times. But I mean,
have
his
you called
election,
for the execution of your political opponents?
Not that. No, that's a little bit excessive.
That's what Trump did. So, I'm just saying, is this a disqualifier for you? Because I think it is for me. Like, calling for the execution of your political opponents because they said to follow the law and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given it. which is what your constitutional rights, or what the Constitution tells you to do, the UCMJ tells you to do, well, then you probably shouldn't support the person that called for their execution, right?
I mean, it's kind of like it's kind of complicated when it comes to military, because if he said that, but if in the military, within the military, if a certain amount of people don't agree to an order, then they won't follow through with it.
Yeah, I
So if, like-
understand, but like that you saying that according to Trump is treason.
But to put in an example,
Yeah, like
if
do you not see that as a problem? That like you could be treated that way if potentially you chose to not follow an unlawful order?
I mean, if it was a singular person, then yeah, it could totally go that way. But if it was a whole like battalion, if it was maybe like we have units and battalions, if it was 3 or 4 battalions that said no, we're not going to follow this from our commander in chief, then yeah, there would be a huge outcry, maybe a little backlash, but I highly doubt he would go about it saying, you know what, they all need to be executed. And I
Okay.
highly doubt he would say, you know what, let's charge them all for treason.
Okay, do you realize how that could be a slippery slope, though, with someone who has straight up called for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress who specifically said that? He called for all of them to be
Yeah.
executed, 6 people.
I mean, yeah, I can kind of see that, but
The issue
I
is that we
highly
don't
doubt
want
that-
people who even threaten these types of things, because this is fundamental to our democracy. The ability to be able to disagree, to be able to refuse an unlawful order if you're given it, and for him to call for the execution of his political opponents, to me, sparks political assassinations of political opponents to ensure that you can maintain power, which is exactly what we see as the authoritarian playbook throughout the 20th century.
Yeah, but I mean, on another note, I mean, when it comes to like wars, there has been, I mean, obviously we are in, a current war with, Iran, but
And who started
compared
that?
to like when, I'm sorry?
And who started that?
Well, I mean, we had a peace treaty that, we pulled out of for some odd reason. But when it comes to like when Biden was in office and compared to when Trump was in office,
So, wait, Duker, Trump started the war?
somewhat yes.
No, he did start the war, but continue.
So when Biden was in office, there was, well, actually, let me take a step back. When it was Kamala versus Trump for the elections, there was a strong, I feel like if Kamala had been elected, we would have definitely been.
Just say Harris.
Oh yeah, Harris. We would have been in a lot more wars than just with Iran, compared to, there would have been a higher chance of us going to war, and that would have, if we had, it's no longer boots on the ground, because in this modern day, it's all drone warfare, which is terrible. But there has been less wars with Trump in his presidency than other people.
Can you name the new war that Biden started? When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you.
Let me. I have one on a page.
Okay, go ahead. Take your time. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. If you agree with me that no, Biden started no new wars, then type a 1 in the comment section, everybody. And make sure to like the stream. It's so brutal. So brutal, chat. Give it a second for us to find this information. Christina, thank you very much for the $1. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I saw that, and I made sure to mute it myself. Thank you very much for letting me know. as well as Janine. Thank you very much for the $2. Give him a second to find this information, everybody. He'll see that he's wrong. Wrong. What can I say? Wrong. Give him a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, everybody. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes if we can.
Okay, so he didn't start a new war, but he did start pulling out of Afghanistan. And when he did that, there was no recourse of, he just left everything there, which was also kind of
That's
bad
false.
because
That's false. And can you tell me who set up the agreement to leave?
it was under Biden's presidency.
Yeah, and
he
who
pulled
set up
out
the
of his
who set up the
Afghanistan.
agreement to leave?
I don't off the top of my head, I don't know, but
If I told you it was Trump,
that's
what would you think?
I mean, where can you tell me where it's
Yeah,
says
Trump
that?
is the one who set up the agreement with the Taliban. He also gave them 5,000 members of the Taliban back, some of which were involved in the attack at the airport that led to the deaths of multiple U.S. service members.
Well, I don't really have a rebuttal for that, but on another note with the military, he does get us paid more than others.
Nope.
With him in office, we have gotten, I think it was, I don't know the correct percentage, but it was an increase in percentage on our pay. It was
So did
we
the
got
so did the Biden administration.
and then he also gave
That's
us
just a response to
bonuses.
inflation, sir.
Well, I was in office when Biden was there. I was in the military, and there was absolutely none.
Yeah, there was.
Maybe it was just a select few. But
Nope. You can look up military pay. It shows an increase on a yearly basis.
well,
Maybe your position didn't see it for some reason, but everyone else did. We're gonna keep it low specifically just for Tommy, okay? Just Tommy. Tommy lower wage act, okay?
but and then okay, we'll move on from the military, but we'll move on to the border. Obviously, I came from Dean's, and you guys were debating some pretty
Insane people.
some people with they weren't using their noodle, to put it blatantly. But I remember when someone said that, I think it was Harris or Biden called for an open border, which was not true whatsoever. But with Biden in office, there were more crossings and people coming over with him in office than when Trump was. If I remember correctly, I might have the number wrong. When Biden was in office, there was 7 million people coming across. And then when Trump got into his new term,
It was
Trump got into
3.5
office,
million change under the Biden-Harris administration and the undocumented immigrant population.
and then Trump had less, because I think, yeah, it said 7 million for when Biden was in, and then Trump had 3.5.
No, it was 3.5 under the Biden-Harris administration change in the undocumented immigrant population.
But Trump had less when he was in office.
You're
'Cause he
saying,
was-
yeah, okay, but like, I don't know what the point is. You're overshooting the number that existed under the Trump or under the Biden-Harris administration.
Because, well, when it was Harris versus Trump in the election, she was saying that she was saying she was gonna focus all of her attention to the border, yet and then I think it was when she was with Biden and his election, they were gonna focus all their attention. Biden hit office, they've shifted their focus away from it, and then as soon as Trump got in office, he put all of his attention to the border, and
I don't see where you
amped up-
say they shifted their attention away from it. They wanted to do a bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine.
I don't know enough about that what you just said, but
Yeah, look,
when it comes
Donald Trump said blame it on me if the border bill fails, because he cared more about running on the border being an issue than actually
Mhm.
finding things to help fix the conditions at the border.
Well, but what is your stance on like ICE? Because I was gonna get into that.
Abolish that shit. We don't need it. We had internal immigration enforcement without ICE. ICE oversteps its boundaries, violates due process rights, and allows for tyrants like Trump in order to be able to exploit the immigration process to violate immigrants' rights, including people who are legally in the country.
Do you think the people
and murder U.S.
that
citizens in
aren't
broad daylight.
do you think people that aren't here legally should be able to stay here, or you think they should have to go back and redo it the proper way?
I believe people who are in the country undocumented who haven't committed a violent or serious offense should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country.
So to
And
put
we should
it
make the
to,
legal
like, paint a
process go
picture-
quicker.
To paint a picture, if someone were to move to another country, like if I were to go to another country, let's say Europe, for instance, and I didn't go through the proper
Do you think we should
steps,
have our laws operate in the same way Europe's laws operate?
well, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying like they have their laws on if someone is going to another country and they don't follow the proper steps to become a citizen, is it wrong if they get deported?
Not necessarily. But you have to understand that the conditions in our country specifically have necessitated that the current legal process for immigration takes too long. Right, so I understand why people would want to come to the country undocumented. So let's make the legal process go quicker, incentivize people to come here through the legal process, and also let's understand that Europe's not a country.
Well, correct. Another example, if like you say, so you were saying if they haven't committed a serious crime or serious or violent crime, they should be allowed to stay here.
Yeah, with a pathway to citizenship where that has a vetting process within it.
But wouldn't that imply that if they're already here and they haven't committed a serious or violent crime, that would technically just all the people that are trying to get in the proper way, the people that are already here, they would take priority, which wouldn't be fair to other people that are trying to get in.
So make the legal process go quicker. The undocumented immigrant is not harming the legal immigrants in terms of the process for them to come to our country. It's how long the current legal process takes. That's what's harming the legal immigrant coming to our country. So we need to prioritize what we're looking at. It's Republicans restricting the process from going quicker, and that's what's harming legal immigrants, not undocumented immigrants who aren't even in the line.
But then again, when someone tries to get citizenship, there's multiple things that go into play. They have to do background checks to make sure. They have to.
My process would include background checks.
But those things do take time.
Okay, I understand.
But what I'm trying to get at is, if you're here illegally, and even if you haven't committed a serious or violent crime, there are rules to get into a country or a place, and breaking them.
Okay, can I ask you a question? You think breaking the rules is a disqualifier for being allowed into our country, correct?
Yes, breaking the rules.
Can I ask you a question then?
Mm-hmm.
Why shouldn't it be a disqualifier for running for president?
Well, who can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, like you're saying if you commit a misdemeanor and you come to our country unlawfully, you're disqualified from being a citizen in our country. But if you're convicted of a felony, you can still become president of the United States and you'll still vote for them.
Well, I mean, that's fair. I mean, I won't lie. Politics it's very dirty. So, but what I was trying to say is not that if if you break the rules and you're here illegally, it doesn't disqualify you from becoming a citizen. I'm saying just send, like, whoever's illegal, send them back and do it the proper way.
Yeah, but the
'Cause if
proper
I was
way right
to-
now that you're referencing takes several years on average and costs tens of
Mhm.
thousands of dollars. That's horrible.
That's fair. I mean, I'm trying to hold on. You stumped me. I'm trying to think. Sorry. So what would you have, like, since it takes several years, how would you go about it if you had to choose? You would just let them come in and just
I'd make
wait?
the legal process go significantly quicker so that people have an actual incentive to go through said legal process. And then I would go after those who have committed violent and serious offenses to a greater extent to actually make the country safer and more secure. Because this idea that immigrants coming to our country is this big crisis is ridiculous, fundamentally. Immigration is a positive benefit to our culture and our society. So just the idea that it's a negative is a manufactured lie to propagandize the American public into unifying against an outgroup. That's really all it is. That's what Trump's trying to do, is trying to get the U.S. to unify against an outgroup, fear of this particular outgroup of undocumented immigrants to reinforce his treatment of people within the country. It's simply just his way of scapegoating people.
So you think back to the topic of ICE, you think it shouldn't be there? Like, we should just get rid of it?
Yeah, we should abolish ICE. We can do internal immigration enforcement without ICE.
So do you
Under the
think
Trump
that-
administration,
ahead.
he is allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants to search and seize people's properties. He's allowed for ICE specifically to racially profile individuals, taking race into consideration amongst other factors to be able to detain individuals, which, by the way, federal courts have determined the ICE has specifically just been using it as the sole factor, not even just a factor in consideration with others. Right, as the sole factor, as a means to detain people. They've also justified themselves detaining individuals who are legally in the country as citizens simply for their accents, and justified that. They've murdered U.S. citizens in broad daylight and justified that as well. Right, it's operating right in an incredibly overly authoritarian way, and we don't like that. If you were to tell Republicans from about 4 to 5 years ago that we'd have masked federal agents going across states, all across the United States, specifically going after citizens, murdering U.S. citizens, detaining individuals, and violating their constitutionally protected rights, I think that they would have an issue with what you're referencing. But as soon as you tell them you're referencing ICE and how it's operating, then they're totally in support of it.
Okay. Do you also think that when Trump deployed the National Guard, you think that they should also have that removed?
So I think that he shouldn't just be able to deploy the National Guard in situations of non-emergency, right? Right, or of like situations without of lack of need, right? Like unless it's like an emergency or like a big specific event, right? That is like a federal event, for example, right? It doesn't make sense that the National Guard would be being sent to a specific country, right, for political or not country, state for political reasons, right? They've been sent specifically to California, even though the governor did not consent, not for situations of emergency, but rather to intimidate the people of California. That was it. That was the goal.
But he sent the National Guard to California mainly for riots as well.
He sent them before the riots were really happening. The riots were happening in response, right? And most of the protesting was peaceful. A very, very, very small portion of individuals were committing violent acts. Okay? And those individuals were not pardoned by people who were democratic. Those individuals were not paraded, right, by the Democratic Party. They weren't called patriots by the Democratic Party.
That's true. But when those people, when like the small percentage were doing copious amounts of like terrible riots and all that. I mean, obviously it was peaceful before. That's true. And then those small amount of people made it 10 times worse.
Sometimes they just send like the law enforcement in. Like for example, I was at a protest, the first No Kings protest, and I was in the downtown LA No Kings protest. I was there, and nothing bad was happening. And when I was walking away, I saw an entire line of law enforcement just waiting there. And right after I left, apparently they went and started arresting people and told people to leave. There was nothing violent that happened there. Absolutely nothing. I was there when it happened, right before they decided to go in. And I was like, wow, they have so much law enforcement here. I wonder why they do. It was right before they decided to send them in and to start arresting people and detaining people. And I didn't know. That was like right when I left because I went to go leave and go in transportation. And that's exactly when they decided to do that.
So when he deployed the National Guard, he also deployed units from the Marine Corps to go and assist because the riots were getting so bad.
I'm sorry, like that could be dealt with by the local community, and that was being dealt with by the local community. It did not require federal National Guard. The local community did not ask for that. Did the local community ask for that?
Well, no, but the local police couldn't handle it.
The local police didn't ask for it. The local law enforcement didn't ask for it. The local citizens didn't ask for it. None of the people did. So it's just like I genuinely don't understand what is the basis for doing that. Why don't you send it to a place where people are asking? I bet there's a bunch of different red areas where there were governors asking.
But they also had the local police training with the Marines that were deployed.
What's the point of all of this? Like, do you realize that this is simply just him engaging in non-emergency scenarios of use of federal law enforcement and federal authority figures in order to be able to intimidate areas, right, that are against his political leanings? That's literally what he's doing. It's not reducing crime. It's not going after people specifically. It's a political stunt. If you wanted to go after crime, you would start with the President of the United States, sir, who's not releasing all the Epstein files when he's legally obligated to do so, who has violated the law on countless occasions and specifically violating people's due process rights, right? Who's a convicted felon, who tried to undermine our democracy in 2020, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because he didn't like the election results, who's constantly threatening our democratic institutions and our checks and balances, who quite literally called or had said that he was going to run for a fucking third term.
I mean, I feel like when he said that about his third term, I feel like that is like, as much as, Trump supporters, I mean, I feel like I'm on the line because this is a little off topic. My mother and sister, they're both liberals, and my father's Republican. That's how he was raised, everything. So I'm kind of in between, but I also feel like when it comes to like Trump saying he was going to run a third term, I feel like that would never happen because that's got to go through.
Because the checks and balances will prevent him from doing so. The point that I'm making is that he's threatening them. Why do we want a candidate in political office that even threatens them, that proudly threatens them? I'm sorry, that is never something that you guys would accept coming from a left-winger, from a Democrat. Never in hell would that be accepted by our side. But tell me why it's okay to be accepted by your side. Why you're totally okay to continue to stay in line with the movement after Donald Trump's desecrated on American values, on the Constitution.
I feel like for him being in his presidency, he's a better fit when it comes to international affairs. And this might sound wrong, but this is my belief. I feel like when it comes to other countries, like even like when it comes to not other countries, but like when it comes to like places in Asia, like China or like Iran and Iraq, I feel like since we are a highly advanced, we have a highly advanced military, we have all this technology, I feel like for our president, he kind of needs to be feared, but not like a dictator fear. More like
Do you think that people are fearing Trump for his physical capabilities?
not to the extent where they should.
No,
Like
people are
some of-
fearing him simply because of what he has access to. The power, right? So if Harris was in that position, wouldn't she have the exact same power?
yeah, she would, but I don't think other
Yeah,
countries.
she would actually have more power because she actually commands respect amongst her allies, which Trump does not do.
But it's also like most people, they fear, like people in Russia, they feared Putin. They did not like him.
That's not a good thing.
No,
Do you want your leader to be looked up to or feared?
No, I'm not saying I don't mean like we fear our leader. I'm saying other countries need to somewhat.
They don't
not
fear Trump.
Totally. That
You
I
think China's
understand that.
afraid of Trump?
No, because China's, as much as I hate to say it, they are stronger than us. They have more military. They have more like of a
I'm sorry, that's
population.
objectively stupid. Okay, we spend significantly more than them on the military. We have significantly more military capabilities than China does. Just because they have more people in the military does not change the fact that we have a stronger military.
China has pretty much the same technology we do.
Not to the same extent militarily speaking, and we have significantly more funding.
We have more funding, correct? But when it comes to like technology and like drones, they're pretty much the same level as us.
Okay. I wouldn't say they're pretty much the same, but there is closer distinctions than. Wait, so then hold up. How about this? Then why do we spend so much money? Are you saying that we're just not as efficient as them?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I feel like we spend so much money because we need to be. I don't want to say global superpowers. I feel like that's the improper term.
But you're just saying that they have basically the same technology as us, and we spend like so much more than they do.
I mean, we do spend a lot, but
So it doesn't seem like we're getting a benefit then. Seems like we should cut our military budget then. We shouldn't be increasing it to 1.5 trillion then, right?
yeah, I mean, it's fair.
Okay.
But
so then you
that's
disagree with Trump on that as well.
I guess yes and no. I mean, it's I'm trying to think. But aside from that,
maybe
I
instead
guess
of
I'm
like bombing children in countries around the world, maybe we should be investing in our children.
I don't think we should. I don't think when it comes to like bombing, I think that's a very, very last resort.
That's what Trump's been doing.
Wow.
Do you think we're in last resort?
I don't. Not really. No.
So then why is he doing that?
I feel like when it comes to like the Middle East, that's the only way. Bombs are the only way like that they can understand. Like,
how effective has that been historically?
Well, I mean, we did win the first war against the Middle East.
Really? The Middle East? We won the war against the Middle East? Really? When?
Well, I think it was after 9/11 when we invaded the Middle East. Like, I believe it was the United States Army.
What countries did we invade in the Middle East?
I think it was Afghanistan.
Okay. And how'd that go?
Well, the Army first went in. I think I might be completely wrong.
You think
about
Afghanistan was a success?
The Army first, they like had boots on the ground. They controlled it.
I understand. And was that a success?
At first, until because they also had Marines go and help, and then as soon as the Marines pulled out, they lost control.
So to clarify, you do think Afghanistan was a success?
I mean, At first, it was, yes.
Was there successful regime change?
I mean, most of ISIS moved away from Afghanistan,
ISIS?
and the Taliban. Most of them
The
all
Taliban was what
dispersed.
we're referencing for Afghanistan, sir.
Correct, but most of the Taliban dispersed.
The Taliban is in control of Afghanistan right now.
Well, they are currently because we pulled out.
Yeah, and who set up that agreement?
Well, that's another point, yeah. But
Could you just tell us who pulled out of that agreement? Or I mean, who set that agreement up? Sorry.
it was, who was it? I genuinely don't know.
Oh, it was Donald Trump.
But it was during Biden's presidential.
Yeah, it was set for them to pull out under Biden's admin. The agreement was set up by Trump, though.
Okay.
All right, is there anything else you want to talk about, or admin?
That's it.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's get this next person up here quick. Only do send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we've got 2 hours maximum left on the stream, everyone. We're going to be going for 4 hours today, just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25,
And what's your birth year?
2001,
And what month are you born?
May,
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump,
Okay, why do you support Trump?
because I'm pro-life,
Okay, why are you pro-life?
because human lives matter.
Human lives matter.
Yes.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So do you support the administration that's going to save the most human lives?
Yes.
Okay, so if I could prove to you that Democrats would save millions more human lives, would you vote for the Democrats?
What do you mean by save more human lives? Like,
Yeah, if I could prove to you that if you voted for Democrats, millions more people would not lose their lives, would you support the Democrats?
well, if they would end the killing of millions of humans every year through abortion, then yes.
You only care about the loss of humans through abortion?
No, I care about the loss. Well, okay, go ahead. Tell me how would Democrats save people's lives?
No, I'm asking, would that be a reason as to why you would then vote for Democrats?
Yeah, that would be.
Okay, so according to a Lancet study, the Doge cuts to USAID will lead to 14 million deaths by 2030. So the Trump administration cutting Doge, or cutting USAID through the use of Doge, will kill more innocent human lives than anything you could attribute to the overturning of Roe versus Wade, which, by the way, has led to more abortions happening and not less since the overturning of it.
How would that kill 14 million people?
Because of cut of access to specific necessary funding to prevent disease spreading, to provide medical care and basic necessities.
Well, what diseases are currently spreading right now that we need to stop?
Malaria is an example. HIV. Right, those are 2 strong examples. Ebola. So you understand that like there's a bunch of different examples. We can also reference measles. There's a bunch of different vaccines that are really relevant and prevention mechanisms that are relevant towards spreading.
Well, vaccines don't, they're not 100% safe, and there's
Yeah, but they prevent negative impacts from harming people. Yeah, what? Do you think vaccines aren't effective?
Not really, no.
Okay, well then you're just stupid and delusional because all the data indicates that they are. So if you don't want to accept the evidence that vaccines are safe and effective and they lead to lesser negative impacts amongst the population, well then you just don't believe in science and you're genuinely stupid.
Wow, that's really mean.
I'm sorry. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Oh, that's so mean. Like, oh, I was just trying to have
I'm
a
sorry.
conversation.
I'm sorry. But
You're
like
so...
you understand that like you gotta consider that, right?
Yes. I know many medical professionals that, like, aren't pro-vax, and I'm not saying I'm completely anti-vaccine with, like, but it's
You
just
just
like,
said
we can
vaccines aren't effective.
not 100%
No
effective,
one
and
ever
like they're
claimed they
not.
were. That's not the claim. But
Yeah,
are they better? Are
well,
they safe and effective? Are they effective at mitigating disease spread, illness, severe death, or severe illness and death?
yes, they are, but they also have side
Okay.
effects, and
No one
like, I
disputes
mean,
that. The side effects are lesser than the ones saved. There are less side effects because of vaccines. There are side effects that come from vaccines, but they're less prevalent than the side effects that would have been happening if we never imposed the use of vaccines in the first place. It's cost versus benefit.
well, I mean, I guess, like, yeah, that is considered, but it's also, um, I'm, I think, yeah, it's okay to be skeptical of vaccine.
I don't really have much. I don't really have much grace for that because I've seen the impact of it in real life. Of
Why?
like,
What was,
yeah, like I'm sorry, like just like you know how many people die because people don't get vaccinated. And people's lives are disenfranchised because people don't get vaccinated. You know how many people are out there that are immunocompromised that rely on herd immunity? That because of the lack of herd immunity and people not vaccinating themselves and their children, it leads to them living in a significantly less safe society. I
so
mean,
vaccines only work if every single last person takes them.
they work to a greater extent if people do, and it saves more lives if that happens. And you're not
So
saving
do
as
you
many
think,
lives as you could if you're not getting vaccinated, right, on the necessaries.
so do you think that vaccine should be required for every single person to
I mean, I believe that the mandates should be like for public school or for like engaging in certain public things. Like there should
have?
be certain mandates for vaccines for going to public school. Yeah.
Not very pro-choice of you, sir.
I mean, this is about children's health and the health of our general society. And if you want to engage with the public, yet these are one of the rules you have to abide by when you engage with the public.
Well, I think one of the most, well, it's, so you're worried about people dying of disease, but you don't
You
even
just got a
consider
flag for
human.
misinformation. You act like that wasn't applicable. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter. We have a little less than 2 hours left on the live, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because I actually like his beliefs on like how he feels about illegals because I don't think they should be in our country.
Okay. And why?
Well, first of all, they come in here illegally and statistically proven many illegals have murdered many civilians in our country, whether they are children, they have been raped or murdered or both. So I want you to explain to me how ICE getting rid of these people is a bad thing.
Oh, I have no issue with immigration enforcement against people specifically who have committed violent sex offenses and are convicted murderers, for example. But I think that most people who are detained are people who haven't done those things.
Well, okay. So let's
Do you
say a
agree?
lot of people who are detained. Well, okay, yes, they couldn't have done murder, but they still have come in illegally.
Okay, and
So, okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say somebody broke into your house and trespassed illegally. Would you, and let's say they didn't do nothing, they just broke into your house. Do you think it would be a bad thing if the police came, arrested them, and took them away?
wait, say that one more time.
Okay, so if somebody breaks into your house illegally, but they don't burgle you, they just break in, and the police arrest them and take them away, do you think that's a bad thing?
No.
Okay, so what
Do you
is your
understand the
point?
difference between someone breaking into your house and someone just coming into the country?
Well, I mean, it's a very close example. They're both breaking into a different property.
No. Do you think that like we treat like the borders of our state and our country the same as we border as the properties of our country?
No.
Okay, so then like I think that obviously you agree then it can be treated differently.
I see your point, but as I was saying, I just personally think if somebody from like another country wants to come to our country, they should know the right way to come in without being in here illegally or without like causing a problem.
For people in TikTok, stop spamming the chat. I don't know why you guys are doing the copy paste thing. I could just mute people who are doing that. Please don't. Okay. Yeah, you were saying?
So I see your point, but wait, I kind of forget what I was saying. Oh yeah, sorry. So if somebody wants to come to the country and they don't have like a legal way to get in, they should find a legal way to get in, because I think that is like obviously like if you're coming in illegally, I feel
Then
like
make
there's
the
no
legal
point if there's
process
just
go
a way.
quicker. Like the reason why people are coming to the process undocumented is because the current process takes too long.
Well, they should learn to be patient because patience is a good thing. And if they just
Well,
break in
I'm
illegally,
sorry.
it shows that they have no
Waiting
patience.
multiple years on average and thousands of dollars is not just quote unquote being patient. Like just be patient. No, come on, that's ridiculous. That's way
But
too long.
I do have another topic I want to talk about.
Can you agree that's too long?
Yeah, sure, I can agree.
Okay. So
But,
so do you think that someone should be removed from the country because of that?
well, I don't want to say it's because of that, but I feel like if they are like they come here illegally, if they're trying to hide from the cops and they're like staying down, I feel like they should.
You said if they're trying to hide from the cops and they what?
Like if they're trying to hide from the cops to avoid being taken away, they obviously like realize what they did was wrong, and I feel like they should be taken into custody.
That doesn't necessarily mean that just because someone's like hiding from the cops doesn't mean that they did something wrong. For example,
But
Jewish people that were in an attic hiding from Nazi officials, did they do something wrong?
well, they were okay. There's a difference. The Nazis came to murder the Jews. They came to take them and like enslave them. So they were hiding from that to avoid that happening to them.
So just because someone is hiding from someone doesn't mean that what they're hiding or doesn't mean that they are then in the wrong, right?
Well, I guess.
That's kind of the point I was making. So,
All right.
okay, so like you're not really providing a reason. What benefit do we get from mass deportation that we wouldn't get from mass amnesty?
Well, I think a personal benefit is, like I said, there's very common like murders and like rapists. So I feel like
And
as
we can
long
go
as you're
after
getting
those people to a greater extent if you provide a pathway to citizenship to undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent or serious offense.
okay. There is another topic I would like to talk about though.
Okay.
So my question is, do you think trans women should play in women's sports?
So I think that should be determined by local sports organizations, not by the federal government. I don't think that there are any trans people dominating women's sports, and I think that trans people should be allowed to play. Absolutely.
Okay. And how do you
Because
feel
most
about
people who are trans are not dominating.
all right, how do you feel about trans people in like a general statement?
Based. Love trans people.
And I've noticed some like weird things going on online. Not like it's like every single like person, but there's a lot of people saying like their pet they own is trans. And personally, I don't think
No, that
that's
makes no
how it
sense.
works.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's no
good.
gender for pets.
Okay, thank you. That was also a point I was trying to make. But like I was saying, I don't think trans women should play in women's sports because even though yes, they
What
could
does that have to
identify
do
as a woman,
with this conversation? Like, why are we even talking about this in politics?
well, it's a big point of politics.
Can you name one specific trans person dominating?
Well, I mean, I don't know their name, but I remember there was one person like wrestling and they really like beat this like woman up. And personally,
Okay, so if you
I
don't know the
think
person's name and you can't even reference anything specific other than like wrestling, which by the way is consentful and men and women do wrestle depending on the circumstance. Like,
well,
they consent to doing the wrestling match against the other person before they do it, right?
I actually did not know that.
Uh-huh.
But okay, personally, so in like politics, like I don't really know like because you're saying trans people don't fit into politics, but I think they do because obviously
Trans
like
people do fit into politics. It's just talking about whether trans people should be in sports or not isn't something that should be even talked about in the context of federal politics because there's no reason for the federal government to be restricting trans people from playing. Let me ask you this
well,
question. If a trans woman is worse than the average cis woman at a particular sport, why restrict them from playing?
well, if we want to make it fair, and let's say we're restricting every
They're
trans
worse
woman
than the
because
average cis woman. If you remove them from the sport, how would that make the sport more fair?
by showing fairness.
How? They're worse than the average cis woman in the sport. So if you remove
Because
them, that doesn't make it easier for anyone.
well, okay, well, I mean, so let's say there's a trans woman who's like average, like they're better than them, and
Wait,
they
wait, wait.
obviously
We're not
can't
talking about that
play.
right now. We're talking about in this specific circumstance where a trans woman is worse than the average cis woman. Should they be allowed to play in that circumstance?
No,
Okay, why not?
because so
Why
they're
not?
obviously not good, but because they're not good doesn't just let them play because they're bad.
Why
Because
not?
it could show it could show a bias. It could show that if you want to be trans and play in the sport that you identify as, you have to be bad at the sport.
Okay, well, you'd have to measure that they are too good to play the sport. Like they're dominating too much so that you don't want to let them play. Otherwise, you should let them play. Is the idea.
Well, I just like think it could depend
If
on the sport, like in a general statement.
okay. So like for example, like if a trans woman wants to swim, would you be okay with that?
Well, no,
Why not?
because so biologically,
If they're
male
worse
and
than the
female,
average cis woman at swimming, like they swim slower, why shouldn't they be allowed to play?
they shouldn't be allowed to play because, like I said before, there's other people who are above the average, and it could show a bias towards that you have to be bad at the sport to be allowed to play.
That's still not a reason why you would prevent them from
That is a
playing.
pretty good reason.
Not at all.
How is that not a good reason?
Because your whole reason you provided established prior was because of fairness. Now this has nothing to do with fairness.
Well, like I think I low key like now I'm thinking about it. I think I agree with what you said. You think it should depend on like the local like sport or something, but I do not think they should be
Yeah.
allowed to play in the Olympics and like big
Local
sporting
sports
events like that.
jurisdiction, and that will be determined by the Olympics, not by politics, not by the federal government, right?
All right, but so like you said, them playing in sports isn't really like a big part of politics. So should we talk about their identity?
Okay.
So personally, I think like trans men, trans women, they can identify that, but biologically they're not.
Okay. What's the
And I
point?
think this because so obviously male and female cells are are very different with their chromosomes.
Yeah, so when we
their
say like when we say
systems.
wait, so trans men are men, but they're biologically female. Trans
Mhm.
women are women, but they're biologically male. No one's disputing that.
I've seen a lot of people disputing that though.
Okay. So what's your disagreement with my position?
Well, okay, I like that's what I was trying to make the point that you just made that like they're biologically the gender they were born as, but they can identify as something else. But I just feel like if they're like getting like mad if somebody brings up that they're like not completely a female, I feel like they shouldn't be mad at that because it's true.
Wait, who are you talking about?
No, just like in a general statement.
Okay, well, they're not talking about biological sex. They're talking about gender.
Well, yeah, gender and sex are two different things, but
Exactly.
in the end, I personally think there's only two genders.
Okay, so what are intersex people?
Inter intersex.
Yeah,
Like,
if they're
is that a
intersex,
thing?
like, yeah.
Well, can you define that?
What do you mean define that? There are different types of intersex conditions for the individuals who
Well,
are intersex. Like, what gender are they?
well, I feel like that could either be up to like an expert in like a medical degree, or it could be up to them, or it
So if the
could
expert
just
says
have to
there's
do with
3 sexes, would you say there's 3 genders?
yeah, I would.
You would? So there's more than 2
Mhm.
genders?
Well, that means there's 3.
So you think there's more than 2 genders?
I think there's 3 then.
So you think there's more than 2 genders?
Yeah, but I think there's no more than
Whoa,
3.
what a woke liberal. You believe there's
I
more
think
than
there's no
2
more than 3.
genders. Whoa, crazy woke liberal.
Can you tell me a 4th gender?
Wait, hold up. You're just like not acknowledging that you believe in more than 2 genders.
Well, I said I
So
believe in
like
3 genders.
yeah. What's the 3rd gender?
The 3rd gender is, I don't even, like you said, if there's 3
Oh,
sexes,
wait, so
then
he
there's
looks
3
like he's lost.
genders.
Looks like he doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at this woke
I was
liberal.
just talking.
Yeah, you were.
If
Look
you're
at this
telling
woke
me that there's
commie.
3 sexes, then there's probably 3 genders. So if there's not another sex, there can't be another gender.
Okay, well, so do you think gender and sex are the same thing?
They're very similar, but not 100%.
Okay, so just because there are that many sexes doesn't mean there has to be that many genders. There could be different notions of gender that exist depending on the culture,
Like what?
right? So it depends on particularly what culture you're referencing. Historically speaking, you can have things in the Talmud, right, for example, and in the Torah that are going to go over different understandings of gender. It's not just like the specific understanding of gender we have in our culture, right? That's like an example historically you can reference.
So it just relies on culture and religion.
What?
That's what you're saying. So you're saying it just relies on culture and religion.
It relies on culture, yeah. Gender is cultural. Because like
So
you
what is
understand
the
that gender is socially constructed, right? So different cultures will have different understandings of gender.
But there's many people that say there's like 50 genders, which is obviously not true.
Say it again?
There's people that say there's like over 50 genders, like so many genders, which is obviously not true.
Well, there's different understandings of gender that exist historically.
But like
So
50 genders, I get there's different numbers.
I don't know the number. I don't think you know the number either. It depends on how the cultures. Like, why do you care? The
Well,
reason why
I
I was making
care.
the joke of you being like, oh, you believe in there's more than 2 genders is because you guys did that whole fucking thing where you guys care so much about how many genders people recognize, which is just a historical claim.
How is it historical?
It's historical in description of what other cultures have recognized as gender. It's not a complicated idea.
It's pretty complicated.
You know what we need? You know what? Only 50, chat? We need more. We need infinite genders, actually, okay? Infinite. Where are they? Infinite gender,
Yeah.
okay? We need more. We need more. We need more gender, actually, okay? We need more of them. Where are they at, actually? Get more of them. Not 50? Okay, we need at least 1 million, okay? At least 1 million, okay? Let's see if we can get some more, everybody.
Yeah, I think that's a fair
Infinite
amount.
genders, okay, please. Billy Jane, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. TBM, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Marianne, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And you know what? You're totally right. Thank you so much, Marianne. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the More Gender Fund.
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, so like, what's your big problem with Democrats? Can you name like a policy of
Well,
Democrats
I
you disagree
think.
with?
Oh yeah, okay. Let's talk about how you guys obviously say Trump is a racist, right?
He is.
So, but you also proceed to call him orange and make fun of his skin color.
That's his choice, sir.
That's his choice
Yeah, he
to make people
chooses.
call him oranges. He chooses to look orange. I don't think that's
Yeah, he
how it
chooses to put
works.
on orange spray tan.
So that's like if I told a black person they chose to be black because they put on black makeup.
What are you fucking talking about?
You're making no sense.
Dude, his natural skin color is not orange. He puts that on his body. He does the fucking orange spray tan. Okay? Someone who's
No,
black
he
didn't
doesn't.
put that on their body, genius. That's how they were fucking born. Okay?
Oh,
When you have Cheeto dust on your fingers and I make fun of your fingers for being orange, that's not me being racist because I made fun of the way that your skin looked. Like, what? What type of fucking stupid shit is this?
But if you're telling me no matter the spray tan, there's many like a spray tan changes your skin color too. People get a spray tan to
Oh,
make
Ben, thank you
themselves
so much
look
for the
darker.
whale diving.
So he's basically that's his skin color if he's getting that spray tan.
Oh, fuck off, bro. Come on. He's Mango Mussolini, okay? He looks like an Oompa Loompa. I'm sorry that hurts your feelings.
That doesn't hurt my feeling. I feel like
That's
that's
not
just
racist.
and
You think it's
discriminatory.
racist for me to call Trump orange?
Yes, because do you think it's racist if I call
Wow,
someone black?
everybody's so racist. Oh my god, Parker, stop calling Parker orange. How racist, actually. How terrible. Jordan, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. That donation you just sent, it's orange. Oh my god, holy shit. Racist donation, holy shit. It's orange, okay? It's orange. Look at it. I see it on YouTube Super Chat. It's orange, okay? Okay, Parker. How horrible. Don't say that, okay? Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. Thank you very much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For the orange donation, thank you. Candy corn, that must be racist too, actually. It's orange, okay?
I would say one more thing.
Come on, wait. What's the orange race? When did that drop?
I made it.
Yes, this is like. So, am I making fun of Trump for being like an Oompa Loompa? Like, what is the orange? What is the orange race? I didn't know that new race just dropped.
The orange.
Is it Agent Orange or like what is it?
I made the orange race.
What?
I made it because
You
obviously
made it.
I did. Yes, I did.
You made the orange race. Can you stop trolling for a second? Be serious.
I'm sorry.
So can you be serious?
I'm serious.
Yeah, so would you actually think I'm being racist for saying that Trump is orange?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's obviously a skin color, and I get it's a spray tan, but he obviously got that spray tan for a reason.
Yeah, you're just trolling. Okay, that's not his race. Can you just be serious for a second? You think Trump isn't racist?
No, I think. Well, why do you think he's a racist?
Well, because he popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States to undermine Barack Obama being president of the United States. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He didn't rent to black people in the 1970s explicitly because they're black and had C marked on their applications to represent non-white individuals so they wouldn't rent to them, even though they had the same qualifications as other home buyers that were white specifically, that they did say that they had openings. We can point to the fact that he's said that Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that he thinks that she wasn't black prior. He's depicted Michelle and Barack Obama as apes, which is a common racist trope against black people.
Well, okay, I do agree he's not a good person. Like he doesn't have a good character, but in my opinion, I personally like support more of a Republican side than Democratic side.
But on what?
We talked about all these topics.
Be specific.
Like ICE.
What about ICE?
I already just told you about this. I told you about how many.
Wait. So wait. By the way, you support Trump even though he's racist. Is that your position?
I don't support him because he is. I don't support him. I support the Republican Party.
So you support him even though he is racist?
No, I support the Republican Party.
Okay, but do you think he's not racist?
I think he is, but that doesn't mean I support him because
so you think
racist.
He is racist? So you support him in despite of the fact that he's racist?
I don't think you're listening.
I am listening.
I support
I'm going to grab something. I'm
Party.
going to keep listening. You can keep speaking. I'll hear you. Still be able to hear you. I can hear you from my phone. I just need to grab something.
If I identify as a Republican because I believe in the Republican Party, that obviously means my vote will go to a Republican. I'm not just going to switch my vote because of someone's character. I'm going to keep my vote strong because of my beliefs.
Okay. You understand that someone's character could inform whether they are a good person for that position, right? Like you don't think character at all is relevant?
Well, it is relevant, but first of all, he's also been president before, and I think our country was pretty stable at that time.
Really, what makes you think that?
Well, if we look back, I think personally the economy was in a pretty stable situation, and that is one of the most important parts of our country.
Okay, so can you name one metric of the economy that's been made better off since he got in office?
Well, I mean, I was like a child, so I didn't really study economics.
No, since he's got in office.
No.
No, you can't?
Well, I don't really pay attention to economics. I just brought that up because I looked
So
at
why'd
like
you bring it up if you don't
economical
even know?
stats. So I
What's
looked at
up?
economical stats.
Okay, is there anything you can point to that he's made better off?
Well, I think how like the gas prices were pretty good around that time. Obviously now they're higher because of like the war with Iran.
So
But
anything you can
personally, I
point to he's
think
made better off?
gas
It's gotten more expensive.
because of the war.
Okay. And who started the war?
So, well, I think Iran started it.
It was objectively Trump. Do you want to bet?
Why would I bet?
You say that it was Iran that started the war. You want to bet?
Well, how did Trump start the war?
You want to bet?
Sure.
How much?
Oh, I'm not giving you money.
Because you'll lose?
No.
So then what makes you think you have to give me money?
Well, okay. I want to see how Trump started the war. I want you to show me.
He and Israel struck Iran first.
Was there a reason to it?
There were different reasons given, whether it be from Marco Rubio or from Trump. He claimed it's because he wants to prevent them from getting a nuke. But this war hasn't prevented that at all.
But so he attacked Iran to prevent them from attacking us and our ally countries.
There was no evidence that was going to happen.
But like you said, he was trying to prevent the nuke.
That hasn't been prevented with the war.
Well, there's obviously no nuke happening right now.
There wasn't one prior. Operation Midnight
Okay.
Hammer prevented that. And Operation Midnight Hammer was only on the table because Trump decided to pull out of the JCPOA.
Wasn't Iran bombing Israel or bombing a country?
You said wasn't Iran bombing a country? What country?
Oh wait, no, that was Israel, right? Which was it, Israel or Iran that was bombing a country?
Israel.
Okay. So, and you said Iran was attacking Israel, right?
Israel attacked Iran with the United States.
Okay. So also he wasn't just preventing a nuke, he was also preventing explosives from the country because obviously Iran, they do have a pretty good defense system. So yeah.
What? Why did we attack them? Because they have a good defense system?
Well, obviously if Iran and Israel have like a dispute and we're obviously siding with Israel, we're going to help them.
So you're saying we went to war with Iran because they have good missile defense systems?
That's not what I just said.
So then what was the reason we went to war with Iran?
Well, we obviously went to war because Israel was in a dispute with them and we're allies with Israel, so we have to help them out.
So just because Israel was in a dispute with them doesn't mean we should be. And secondly, you have to understand that the U.S. decided to do this with Israel. It wasn't that Israel did this, then the U.S. came into it. It was that the U.S. did this with Israel. They left. Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. The guests today, bro, they are diabolical. They're diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
April.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. I have some people to think, then we can move on to our conversation. Marianne, thank you for the $7. Thank you very much. You're totally right with that. Thank you very much. Because there are W's for Marianne in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as Sophia, thank you very much for the 50 cents. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the kind message. Thank you so much. As well as Grace, thank you for the $1. Pineapple Express, probably. As well as David, thank you very much for the $1. Thomas with the $1 as well. Thank you very much. I have some people to catch up with on YouTube Super Chat that we can move on to our conversation. Okay, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone. Give me one quick second. Let me make sure to thank some people over on YouTube Super Chat. Marianne, thank you for the $10 again. Thank you very much. Shell, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, that very well could be the one that they're referencing, the person they're referencing. Cranium, thank you for the $5. Tom, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And Angels, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Because of his deportations and overall what he's done for the country.
What year did you graduate high school?
This past year.
This past year, and you're 19?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So here in 2025 or 2026?
This last school year, 25 and 26.
Okay.
School
So you were 19?
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like you just sound young. I'm gonna go to the next person. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna trust my instincts. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Please, everyone, only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, again, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Okay, didn't accept that person. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005, April.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who'd you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because it's economics and immigration.
Yeah, I knew that they were going to do that. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Please, everyone, only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. We're just looking for debates as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, quite frankly. You cannot.
Alright, let's get this next person up here. Alrighty, give it a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap
hello.
that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And how old are you?
20.
And what month are you born?
August.
Okay. And election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He kept the immigrants out, or he's trying to keep the immigrants out.
Okay, why do you think that's a good thing?
Because why would we want people coming into our country that aren't U.S. citizens?
Okay, because they want to be citizens.
Right, but I'm speaking illegally.
Yeah,
From illegal
and you know
terms.
okay, so if it's just that they're going after undocumented immigrants, why are U.S. citizens also being attacked?
U.S. citizens are being attacked. How, you mean?
Yeah, like their due process rights are being violated. They're literally being murdered in broad daylight, and the Trump administration is defending it. We can also point to the fact that they've had their due process rights violated by the ICE detaining them just for their race or for their accent. Literally just searching and seizing their properties just based upon an administrative warrant rather than a judicial warrant.
Oh fuck! I'm so sorry, my friend. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. It's not accepting this person. Let's try the next. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, what's your birth year?
May 25th, 2004.
And what state do you live in?
I actually live in Australia at the moment. I have dual citizenship.
Okay,
When I'm
what
in the
state
US,
do you
I
live in
have
when you're yeah.
Nashville. I live with my dad.
Okay, and can you name 3 states that border Tennessee?
I would not at this time, if you want me to be honest there, but I can show him that my dad is a US citizen.
Okay, I don't believe you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Hey
Yo, what's
there.
up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006, December 28th.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Which category would you like me to talk about? I can talk about any of them.
Whatever you're most informed about.
Okay, well, I'm pretty informed about ICE, if that's a topic you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, why do you support ICE?
Okay, well, the reason I support ICE personally is because, like, I don't care about people coming into the country. They can, I just think they should do it the right way. And I understand a lot of them are coming into the country to flee to a better life, but then there's a way to do it right, which I support coming into the country legally, but I don't support it illegally.
Yeah, so you want people to come to the country legally. So then how do you feel about the Trump administration going after those that have come to the country legally?
Well, so I know how they were like coming into states and having like, I guess, big triumphs in each state in bigger cities and going around. But I know like some people, and I'm sad to say that American citizens have died, but under all of the past administrations like Obama's, Trump's old term, Biden's old term, all of those people all had casualties. It's just they weren't all publicized as they are for Trump.
Okay, so can you name one person that was killed by ICE that the administration defended being murdered by ICE under the Obama administration?
I can't off the top of my head, but I'm willing to look it up, but I know you might not want that.
Take your time.
Okay, I've never done a live before. I don't know if I can.
That's
leave
fine. If
to
you
go
if you
look it
swipe out, you can go find it. I won't be able to hear you while you swipe out of the app. You have to swipe into the app for me to be able to hear you. If it ends up removing you from the live at any point because it took too long for you to find it, because sometimes it'll remove you from the live if you don't come back and just check in the app every like 2 minutes or so, then just send a guest request back and we'll add you right back up.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be back.
All right, I'll wait. Let's go to the next person here real quick. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, and February? And you're 19?
Yeah.
That's some really good math you got there. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Oh, you just said that. You just said hi as soon as if you're a Trump supporter, send a guest request right back and I'll bring you back up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, sorry, what was that?
Yeah, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump still.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I like I'd say probably his immigration policy is the most important thing to me.
Okay. What about his immigration policy?
To me, I think border security for like a really long time, probably the last maybe 15 years, has been really bad. And he's been the first president to kind of ramp it up, I guess.
Okay. And just over the past 15 years. So 15 years ago was under Obama's administration. So prior to that point, so under Obama's admin, you thought immigration was fine?
There was still deportation, but I feel like it's been really lax with the previous two presidents. I mean, I know Trump was in office 2016, but I just feel like it wasn't, even back then, he wasn't doing a good job either. I feel like it's kind of been kind of on the down low where it was like, okay, yeah, we're doing it, but it wasn't like a high priority for a lot of administrations.
Okay. And can you explain to me how Trump's mass deportation policy has benefited the average American?
I think it's making people safer.
How?
Okay, so do you think letting violent criminals into the country helps us?
Oh, I don't think that's what we did. I think that Democrats were going after people who have committed violent and serious offenses. I think unironically, you not only voted for a violent sex offender, so it's ironic that you're saying that, but he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. So he released violent criminals into the country intentionally. You can't give me any policy Democrats passed that intentionally released violent criminals into the country. They left. That's pretty embarrassing. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're going to be on live for another hour and 15 minutes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22 years old.
And do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump all the way.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
Yeah, it's January 1st, 2007.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I love what he's doing for illegal immigrants coming into the country, kicking them out with ICE.
Okay. And can you name one change in ICE policy that you like?
Yeah, I love the closed border policy.
That's not a policy. Wait, and by the way, you said you were 22?
No, I'm 18.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Sarah, thank you very much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said all employed MAGA are DEI hires. They are dumb, egotistical infants, dramatic, egotistical idiots. Also works. You see DEI each and every one of them. That's funny. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Tebow, did you find your information you were looking for? Oh, looks like they left. So if you didn't mean to leave, make sure to send a guest request back. I'll make sure to try to look for you. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates as always, everyone. Cassowary Mary, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Melina, thank you for the rose hand. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
20. 20.
What's your birth year? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Election held today. Harris first, Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
2005, and you're 19?
I'm not 19. I'm 21. I didn't say my age yet.
Oh, I thought you did already.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
and what month are you born?
It's actually my birthday today, so happy birthday to me, I guess.
I don't believe you. Only send a guest request. Again, if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's your birth year?
18.
Birth year.
Birth year 2008.
Okay, and what month are you born?
January 25th.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He did a lot of good for my country.
For your country? What country is that?
Kurdistan.
Oh, okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for debates. Stop spamming the chat for you fucking annoying ass Trump supporters. Like, stop spamming the chat. I'm just gonna mute you guys. Mods, make sure you're muting people who are spamming the chat. They're annoying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, and what month are you born?
November.
2006? And you're 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, do the math on that one again. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Deb, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month you born? Yeah, you just realized that didn't make sense, huh? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here.
Hey there. I
Did you
came
find it?
back. I did find that.
Okay, why do you go back to what you were saying? Oh my
So-
god.
This thing is big. Jeez. I
Holy
found
shit.
one of-
Zero Games, thank you very much for the TikTok universe. Thank you very much. Can we get some
Congrats on
W's
that,
for Zero
dude.
Games in the comment section right now? That is crazy. Thank
Congrats
you
on
so
that.
much. I really appreciate it, Zero. That is crazy. Thank you for the fucking TikTok universe. That is so nuts every single time. That's been a long time since I've got a fucking universe. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is crazy. W's for Zero Games in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. You were saying, T-Bow?
Well, congrats on that. And Carlos La Madrid, this was in 2011. He was a 19-year-old leaving a market. I can't remember which state, but he was in the shopping market and was leaving, and it said that he got killed by I don't know if it was necessarily called ICE back then, but it was their immigration services. But what I was more questioning, and I understand that people have died under both administrations. More have been killed under Trump. I believe it's like a 30-person difference, which is like a 40% increase.
Wait,
which is
so you were
not
giving
great.
an example of someone that the Obama administration justified being murdered, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me a source for the Obama administration justifying it?
Um, I can't because I didn't actually. I found the names and then I was reading about each one, and I
So
didn't.
do you
look
want to
at the
go
source
look up
that I
and
found.
find that? You can try again.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Gotcha. Alrighty, let's go find another person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, W's for 0 games in the comment section. That was so kind of you for the fucking TikTok universe. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Stephanie, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said there's a
Yo.
TikTok. Wait, hold up. How old are you?
Hey there. I also did find it. He left, but it was
Someone
American
said that there is a
Outward.
TikTok glitch that forces me to watch your lives, and I don't know why it plays it behind other videos. That's fucking crazy. Still plays after I force the app closed and goes on until you end the live. Well, not a bad problem to have, I guess. Stephanie, I'm so sorry. That's actually atrocious. Even when you close out of the app, that is fucked. That is so fucked. I'm so sorry. I hope TikTok fixes that. That's actually insane. I would be annoyed of me. I would be annoyed of me at that point. That is wild. As well as Madison, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't either. Go ahead. You were saying?
It was AmericanImmigration.org is the source.
What's the
It was
title?
the main. It should be Carlos La Madrid 2011 homicide, is what it popped up with.
Carlos El Madrid.
LAMADRID. It was happened in 2011. It was a 19-year-old.
2011. And where does it say that the Obama administration defended it?
Oh, it wasn't defended. It was just a killing from an immigration service.
No, I asked you for a source that they defended this.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to go look for that?
Yeah.
Okay, I will. I'll be back.
Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Please, everyone, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
18.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Sounded like they were.
Hello?
Oh, they said hello as soon as I kicked them. Send a guest request back. I'll try to look for you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Okay, what's your birth year?
11th of November 2006.
Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2004,
And what month you born?
October.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Malachi, thank you for the membership subscriptions, the 5 membership subscriptions over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We have 1 hour left on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Hello?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
They said they were on earlier. The wrong birthday.
I also gotcha. It was a PBS Frontline link, and then there was also a White House administration that defended the ICE officer for the killing.
Okay, so what's the title? And this is the Obama administration, right? You said Obama did this, right?
Yes, it was under his administration in 2011.
Yeah. So
and
Obama specifically justified it, right?
hit like the White House did. I don't know if it was Obama that was making.
So Obama didn't.
I don't know if he did. It was the link was the White House administration.
Okay, just give me the title and I'll look at it.
Okay, it should be White House administration, Carlos La Madrid, 2011, and that should pop up because that's what popped up for me.
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger, what's good?
You're discussing. Sorry, you said what? It was it again?
It was White House administration, Carlos La Madrid, 2011, and that's what popped up for me. And I think that should be the same for you, but if not, let me know.
I 2011.
That's yes, sir.
2011. Yeah. Where does it say that border patrol, White House? I see that Barack Obama spoke at a White House correspondence meeting in 2011. Not that I see that he justified this.
Because I know Cicelo Martinez or Mares or whatever, one of his immigration service people, I know they talked about it, but I don't know if Obama directly did. But the White House made a claim about it and everything.
Okay. Kills armed. I don't see anywhere that the Obama administration justified it. Would you like to find anything for that? I need something more specific than this, I think.
I understand, and I can keep looking, but I don't know if you want to just keep me on here. You can talk to other people as well.
Okay.
Sounds good. Well, I appreciate you. I can find it though. I'll look and request
All
back.
right. I'll make sure to look for you.
Okay,
Alrighty, let's
thank
go to the
you.
next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We have 1 hour left on the live, everyone. That's maximum. Just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
How
I'm
old
20.
are you? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what a fucking disgusting weirdo, bro. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah. Yeah, we were on the live before. We were talking about 3 states, and I couldn't figure out which ones.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. Elena, thank you very much for the $20. Thank you very much on Venmo for fighting fascism. Thank you very much. Because W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty.
Well, maybe I'll get some
How old are you?
bacon and caramelized.
Oh, okay. Sounds like she's ordering. Let's go to the next person.
It
What's
was
up?
the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice did a whole big document about it and everything. Obama did not have a statement about it, and it said that the White House actually didn't post it. So what I saw was wrong, but the Department of Justice had a big thing on it, and they were defending the ICE officer for the killing and everything.
Okay. I mean, I'd love to see that.
Okay. It was the Department of Justice, and the document was the same name.
Okay. And can you give me a title?
Yeah, it should be Carlos Lamadrid, like Department of Justice statements, and it was a whole big thing.
No,
They
just
had
go
like a.
find me the title. I'm sorry.
Okay, I gotcha. No, you're all good. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Alrighty, give it a quick second, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's the only way I honestly could at this point, to be honest with you.
It is federal officials closed the investigations into the death of Carlos Lamadrid.
Federal officials
Closed
close what?
Closed the investigation into the death of Carlos Lamadrid.
Of Carlos La Madrid.
Yes, sir.
Let me see. The Justice Department will not pursue federal criminal rights or other civil criminal charges against the Border Patrol agent involved in the shooting incident that resulted in the death announced today. This is the Department of Justice in 2013. The U.S. Justice Department will not pursue civil or criminal rights under the officials met today with the family and the representatives to inform of this determination. The department's decision based upon the facts of the independent comprehensive investigation into the matter. The department devoted significant time and resources into investigating the surroundings, the death around noon. A team of experienced federal prosecutors reviewed a bunch of evidence. The evidence developed during the investigation observed loading bundles of pursued the vehicles, failed, and yielded to drive towards the international boundary fence. They fled and then ran towards service, climbed the ladder, and it was resting against the fence. On top of the fence, another man was throwing brick-sized rocks at the Border Patrol agent, and at the time the shots were fired, Madrid was in the line of fire between the rock-throwing male and the agent, and Madrid was shot by 4 actions, causing him to fall to the ground. Yeah, that sounds like there should be some type of response from that for the law enforcement officers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I mean, I disagree with the DOJ. Now, is this the Trump administration defending this, or not the Trump, the Obama administration defending this, or is this the DOJ just failing to go through with criminal prosecution?
I believe it was because Obama never spoke about this, but the DOJ did, and then I'm pretty sure the White House said something separately about this incident, and they were defending it.
Okay, but is that different from like the Trump administration explicitly defending it, admitting they support this versus like just saying that like, oh, they didn't go through an investigation that we think they should have gone through? Because I would agree there should have been charges.
Well, I'm more
for
going about how,
some type of negligence.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I think like what I'm more trying the point I'm going to is like how and I understand social media is so much bigger nowadays, so those things right then might not have been as big, but like they make things so much bigger nowadays. And
I'm sorry, do you realize the distinction though? Like we have to be very clear here, right? Like with Alex Preddy and Renee Good, like those were explicitly intentful, like direct murders, whereas here specifically you're talking someone who happened to be accidentally shot. So there should be negligent charges when it comes to this, but I mean, I would argue the conditions are slightly different.
I understand,
especially
and
because
they
the
are a little
the
different.
Obama administration didn't come out and justify it, and the Trump administration did.
Okay. I'll do like a couple more questions if you're fine with that. But in the case of the Renee Good situation, I'm sad that it happened. I'm sad that all of this has happened, but I think they could have been dealt with a lot different on both sides, but also by just complying, I think there would have been a whole different ending to the situation.
Okay. And that doesn't change things. Like you understand that someone not complying doesn't mean they deserve to be shot, and she did comply with the lawful order given to her to leave. She was not given a lawful order to step out of the vehicle. That's not lawful. She was in that position for less than 3 minutes.
But isn't it a problem whenever you're interfering with a government like issued propaganda? I guess you could say like because she was
Government issued propaganda.
disrupting,
What?
like she was disrupting what they were doing,
Okay.
which you could be detained for that.
Okay, she wasn't disrupting, and no, you can't be detained for that. She was quite literally just like allowing them to go past. She said she wasn't mad at them prior to the point, so.
Okay, I gotcha. I do, which was the main question for coming on here, and if you want me to go, I can. I'll comply. But my question was, what are your thoughts on like hiring by race and things like that?
Okay, what are my issues with, what are my thoughts on hiring by race?
Yeah, like some groups or jobs are hiring like they have to complete like a quota of people. Like, say I have to hire
They're not just doing
20% of
quotas
this
of people
ethnicity.
specifically. I think this is a bit dishonest. So it's not just so basic as like, oh, there's a quota of a certain amount of people. Like some things that people were bringing up, what you're probably thinking of is like the airlines quotas
Yes,
that
sir, that
existed.
is one of
Those
them.
were prior to training, and it was specifically for 50% women and or people of color, which is proportionally less than that of the population.
I gotcha. But
That's
there's
not putting
like
unqualified people into those positions. Oh my god, did I accidentally just fucking? Oh my god. Sorry, you can keep speaking.
you're but there's like companies near me. I don't have their names exactly, but I know some that are doing it because I've seen it on LinkedIn, which I know is not a viable source, but tons of people are speaking about it in my area. And some of the companies are like hiring based off of race and ethnicity, which they're doing like basically how those airlines were, but it's not for training, it's for actual hire. And I was wondering your thoughts on that because I don't completely support that. I think you should get the job if you're qualified, the most qualified.
Yeah, if you want to do blind hiring where you can't specifically see any of those characteristics, that's actually a DEI policy. Did you know that? Because
I did not
diversity,
know
equity,
that.
inclusion is meant to ensure that there's more equity, inclusion, and diversity within the context of the hiring process. So it's not necessarily that you just want to hire people based upon a race. It's that you want to produce more equitable outcomes, right? And that could be produced specifically by limiting like racism, bigotry, and or unjust treatment from the hiring process. So.
I got you, but like say I don't want to use the word black because I don't know how TikTok lives work, but say an African American person, this company had only African
You can
American
say
people.
black person. There's nothing
Okay,
wrong
so
with that.
sorry, we'll say a company only hired black people, and there were people that were better for the job, but they didn't get hired for it because this company was solely sticking to only hiring this group of people. What are your thoughts on that? And I know this could be for any race. It could be for white, for
Someone's
green.
only hiring black people or something? What?
Like if a company only hired black people, do you think there'd be such an outreach as if it was only like white people?
No, because you have to understand specifically that there are countless businesses in the United States that only hired white people, and that's just based upon the conditions of the area, and no one has a big problem with that. No one has ever brought up an issue with it. But if we say broadly in our society that black people are disenfranchised from being able to get access to hiring simply just based upon how they're treated based upon their race, well, then we're going to have specific things within society where people are going to try to respond to that. Now, this is all within the context of freedom of association. If people specifically want to choose to hire a certain subset of people, don't they have the right to do so?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you letting me come on here. I know I wasn't the best. I've never done a TikTok live debate or
It's
anything,
okay.
but I appreciate you
All
allowing me
right.
to.
Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We should be on live for another 45 minutes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, bro.
Okay, what's your birth year?
Dude, you're a liberal in 2026, bro. Like, oh my God. Like, what is wrong with you, bro? Like, my whole generation, we're all voting red in 2028, dude.
Okay, and you said your whole generation. What generation are you?
Gen Z, dude.
Okay, I'm Gen Z. I'm not voting Trump. I'm not supporting Trump.
All right, well, 90% of us are voting red in 2028.
Not true.
That is true.
Nope.
It is true, dude.
Okay, if you want to tell yourself that, you can, but you're wrong. So.
Oh my God, bro. Charlie Kirk mogs you, bro. So does Taylor Sharp.
Okay, so do you have any actual arguments, or do you just come up here to do that?
Nah, I'm just saying liberal in 2026 is gay as fuck.
Is that all you have? They just left. Okay, all right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep, my buddy right here wants to debate you on something.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007, November 20th.
Okay, and what about your friend?
January 24th, 2008.
Okay, all right, and why do you support Trump?
I just think he was the better candidate for Kamala, but I've been supporting him since like 2016, back
Okay.
then.
Okay, and so then why do you think he's the better candidate?
Okay, well, one of the issues that I support him on is keeping men out of women's sports.
Okay. Can you name one trans woman that was dominating women's sports that Donald Trump's policies prevented from playing?
Wait, say that again? Hold on, I didn't hear you.
Can you name one trans person that Donald Trump's policies prevented from playing that was dominating women's sports?
Okay, was the swimmer?
You just swept out of the app.
All right, what about that guy that was a swimmer and he became he started
You're
competing against the
thinking
women?
Leah Thomas, who wasn't prevented from
Yeah.
playing by specifically by the policy Trump passed, and she stopped playing a while ago, and she wasn't dominating. She tied for 5th.
Okay, tied for 5th, but still, it's a man.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Wait, my mic's not working. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, obviously Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Border policy.
Okay. Could you name a specific border policy of Trump's you like?
I mean, if you're illegal and you're here illegally, then why do you deserve to be here?
Can you name a policy of Trump's that you like?
Well, I mean, it's just the overall concept. If you're illegal, then why do you deserve to be here?
You know that Democrats still want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker.
Well, there's also,
What is fucking wrong with these people, dude? Genuinely, what a fucking weirdo, bro. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Okay, dude, it's like every person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Howdy. 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
To May 2004, 25th.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I live in Australia, but my dad's from the United States.
Hey, dude, just stop joining in. Just stop. Stop wasting your time. How old are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Kristen, do you support Trump?
No, I hate both parties.
Okay. David, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I believe that he has the better immigration policy because, as you know, you are dating a legal bitch, and I think she should be.
You're fucking disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates.
Fuck you, nigga. You're a bum, bitch ass nigga.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yitzhak, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. You just.
Yo,
Nigger,
what's
nigger,
up?
nigger, nigger, nigger,
You're
nigger, nigger.
disgusting, dude. What's up with these fucking racist losers, dude? Genuinely. Have nothing better to do than try to literally just engage in bigotry on the internet. Yitzhak, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm old.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, no Trump. And I'll try to make this quick and polite and concise and all that stuff because I know you're running against the clock. So, yeah, no. So yes, Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, no, I think a little bit from a security perspective based on fear of where our country may be going. And again, it might be my ideology or my thoughts of what that definition of fear is, but like I'm fearful. Like again, I'm historically a Democrat. But again, I think I've talked to you a little bit before, but Bill Maher is kind of my Democrat, right? And I don't see that in that party anymore, and it's kind of like I said, fearful. When I talk about more government control, I think of, and I know you're in California, I've been in California. Some of the best tacos in the world are from California and Mexico. But I think of a government-run taco stand, and it's the worst, most expensive taco ever. And I feel like that's what the DSA or the Democrats want to be able to continue to push.
Can
So
you
I'm
name
definitely
one
big.
system around the world of healthcare that does not include a universal healthcare system or a socialized healthcare model that has a cheaper healthcare model?
Oh, well, I didn't even bring up healthcare, but we could definitely talk about that.
Well,
Because
you brought up
so I work.
socialization. You were trying to argue that socialization is evidence of like the most expensive, worse off
Yeah,
conditions, right? So, and I'm
for
arguing
sure.
that universal healthcare, socialized healthcare, actually leads to better outcomes. Because
No,
comparing the U.S. to other countries around the world, we spend nearly double as much per capita per individual in terms of healthcare expenditure comparative to what they do, and we have worse off average health outcomes. So I'd love to hear.
No, for sure. So healthcare is definitely something that hits home to me. I have worked in medical device manufacturing for 15 years. A lot of what I've done has been elective procedures, quality of life. Where I'm at now is actually life-saving products. And I can tell you, as far as revenue streams related to medical device and technologies and R&D advancements and the money that we put into these companies to be able to make the best products in the world. That's why you have people who are in Canada going to Mexico for certain surgeries, right? So yeah, again, we can talk about that. That's something that hits home with me a little bit. I do think there needs to be reform. Obviously, I do think there should be healthcare for all. But again, healthcare for all doesn't mean what you're portraying it to mean, in my opinion, based on what I've seen in the world. I was in a clean room, a manufacturing facility in Mexico
Should I
just 2
specify
months
my
ago.
question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
like, can you name a single healthcare model that has cheaper conditions and better conditions due to more free market conditions within healthcare?
Oh no, I know it's terrible here. I know it's terrible, but it's the best healthcare in my opinion. It's the most expensive, right?
Based in
Like
what metric
so
are we the best?
I can tell you right now, if I have cancer, I'm going to go to Mass General Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts, and I'm not going anywhere else. If I had the choice to go anywhere. Now, I'm not saying that that's the best option based on cost. I'm just saying we have the best facilities in this country.
In
We
the
need
country,
reform
that's okay.
in the
What?
world.
In
I'm
Boston,
sorry. Yeah.
is that in a Democratic area or Republican area?
Yeah, no, obviously it's Democrat, right?
Yeah, and is that particular healthcare system funded at all by the public system?
Of course, yeah.
Yes, it is. So there's socialized
No, but
elements
that's
to our, especially to our
yeah.
R&D here in the United States. So any aspects you're referencing, say we're the strongest at cancer specifically, is that healthcare overall? That's not healthcare outcomes. That's not specifically like
No, I
costs.
agree.
That's
And
not
I
considering
think
wait times. It's not considering all of the conditions overall.
yeah, no, I'm 100% on the same page with you. Like we
What about
need
if
to
you have
be
an
able to make
ectopic
it better.
pregnancy?
Say again.
What about if you have like an ectopic pregnancy? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in Texas?
No, I don't. Right? I don't.
You'd want to be like in a more liberalized area, right?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if we're talking about healthcare, typically Democrats will provide
I
better
don't
conditions for healthcare, right?
I was talking about tacos, but again, we can talk about healthcare.
Wait,
And again, I'm
that's what
making
the
a joke.
Democrats.
Let's
There's not a single
no, let's
Democrat advocating for like a government-run taco store.
well, no, they are, right? Like that's what we're seeing in New York, right? We're seeing a government-run grocery
Stores
store.
and tacos are
Okay,
different.
yeah, okay. Again, it's a joke, but it's not too far off. We're talking about a grocery store. We're talking about tacos. We're talking
Yeah,
about
5
food.
grocery stores in New York
Yeah.
City is
Yeah.
different than like the entirety of the country adopting a certain model or like every Democrat believing in something.
Yeah, no, and I think okay, so one other thing too that I really enjoyed kind of spinning off of the taco stand and government control and deregulation. We have some of the best cars in the world right now because of competition, right? Like literally. Okay, I saw you rolling your eyes.
We explicitly reduce competition
Toyota.
within the car industry.
Say again?
Like for example, with EVs, we specifically reduce car innovation.
No, so I'm just talking about like I'm not talking about EVs because that's a different topic. In
Are
my
those not
opinion, but, like,
vehicles?
no, yes,
Are
they are
those
for
not
sure.
relative to
But like,
competition?
no, but it used to be not that long ago that cars breaking down were part of society. Like you had to help me jump my car. You had to help me put water in my car. Cars don't break down like that anymore because of competition. It used to be all GM. It was all American made cars, Honda, Toyota. Again, competition came in and we have cars today that are now reliable. And you can say what you want
So
about
free
it,
trade,
but
right?
again,
So get
yeah,
rid of tariffs, right?
100%.
That's what Trump
Yep.
wants, though.
Well, again, it's obviously been rolled back a little bit, and I do think that there was an element of the timing related to tariffs being important, but I don't think that's a long-term goal for sure. You know, again,
That is Trump's long-term
again,
goal. Is he wants universalized tariffs.
and that's fine. And I don't want him to be a long-term president, and he won't be, right? Like my whole point, and again, I talked about fear when I first got on, and now you're trying to talk about healthcare. So I'm telling you how I feel, and I'm scared of. I don't know where you lie as far as I think I know. Like the DSA part of it is like super scary. The Bill Maher Democrat part of it is like I'm okay with that.
What are
And
you scared
again,
about with
it's
me?
well, I'm not scared about with you. I said I don't know where you lie, and that's
So is there anything I do that's scary?
no. I
Oh,
enjoy. I enjoy, and
Democrat. Whoa, liberal.
no. I'm calling in because I respect you and I appreciate you, and I enjoy having this conversation because if we don't have it on both sides, in a way that is,
So,
I
but like, what about my ideological framework on my side? Kamala Harris, Buttigieg, AOC,
I like
Newsom,
Buttigieg.
Ossoff, any
Yeah, I
of
like
them.
Buttigieg.
What about?
Yeah.
Would you vote for Buttigieg over Newsom? Or, I mean Vance.
I
Vance or Rubio?
Yeah, so when he was running, I was a fan of him. Yeah, but what was the question? No, Rubio is like pretty amazing. And again, I'm being okay, a fanboy joking a little
So
bit,
would
but
you
like
vote for
Rubio's on
Buttigieg
point.
over Vance?
I don't know. Bill Maher said that he might vote for Vance, but no, I don't know. Like I do like Buttigieg. I'm not saying I don't. I'm
Okay,
saying
I hate Bill
yeah.
Maher. The reason why I hate Bill Maher is because of how many fucking conservatives will like use him as like this person that placates to their values as a means to like not address the broader democratic movement and to like only be like liberals should be or Democrats should be this one specific way that is like very specific to like conservatives, right? It's like what they do with Fetterman, right? So that's why I hate that. It's like genuinely so annoying that like people will use liberals like that as a means to be like, oh, I will only accept liberals if they are this specific way. To me, that sounds kind of like cancel culture-esque, right? Like they're trying to say this like, oh, liberals are just trying to like undermine each other. Like the only real people who out there that are not like so pro cancel culture are people like Bill Maher. But then like their sort of mantra there is like pro cancel culture, right? And that they're like canceling all the, fucking DSA candidates and social democrats that aren't, in the exact view that Bill Maher has because they're
Yeah.
they're too scared or fearful of them.
And I don't, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying for sure. But like, again, I'm in my early 40s, so I'm a little older to where what Bill Maher is saying right now is what the left used to say. We hated the government. We fought against them. We didn't allow for additional control of whatever that might be, even if it
I'm gonna
was
be
a
honest.
grocery store.
I don't want the Democratic Party to be what it used to be. I want the Democratic
Okay, and
Party
that's
to
good to
progress and
hear.
move on and be
Yeah.
better for the future than what it was historically. I don't want to go back to a status quo that existed historically that brought us Donald Trump. I want to progress so that we can have broader social safety nets for people who are in need. I want us to progress so that we can provide for basic necessities for people so that we can get rid of the debt, right, in the deficit. So we can stop going to all these
I
foreign
hear
wars
you.
and focus
I
on
agree.
us here in this country to expand educational access and social mobility. That's the type of society that I want to live in. I don't want to live in a society where we have like over government reach, right? That's not what I'm advocating for. I'm advocating for a society where the government's there just provide basic necessities for people in situations of need to be a baseline of support for individuals that don't have other individuals to be able to take care of them, right?
I agree, but again, the definition of the progressive movement is that it will not stop. So like what is the end game, right? Like that's kind of the fear that I have, right?
Well, can I tell you, the progressive
Yeah, go
movement
ahead.
is establishing that there's always a progressive fight for better conditions to reduce unjust treatment within our society. And
And I
yeah,
love that.
there
Yeah.
is never going to be a point where we fully perfected our systems. That's okay to accept, right? That doesn't mean we're going to go off the unhinged levels of society and we're going to start advocating for the most crazy unhinged shit. It just means that we're always going to be finding new things to progress on, whether it be minute or whether it be
I think
large. And the
no,
problems
I
today
think
are larger, but as we progress, the problems get smaller. They'll still
but
exist. There still will be problems, but those problems will be so much more small.
but I think we're already there. California spent $20 billion on homelessness, and there's more homelessness, right? Like we're already there.
Yeah,
Right?
because
We're
that's not the
already
only thing that needs to be done. You have to understand there are multiple considerations. One, there needs to be federal policies. Two, you need to address what's causing people to be homeless in the first place.
which
Three,
is drugs. It's
wait, it's
drugs.
not just that. No, it's not.
But
It's the lack of affordability.
the vast majority is drugs, right?
So I
Because
don't know if you
okay,
can. So by the way, I understand the prevalence specifically of addiction within the context of people who have a lack of access to housing, but that's not the only basis for it. And I think that
no, I
it's a little
agree.
too
I agree.
simplistic in your analysis to say that people
Oh,
specifically with like
no, again,
mental
what you're
illnesses or mental disabilities would be like the basis for like all homelessness, right? Obviously, for
again,
many people,
but
it's
what
the
you're
lack of access to affordable housing. It's the insane levels of medical debt. Some people, it is mental illness that they need help with
yeah,
desperately, and they fall through the
yeah.
cracks of our system because our system doesn't take care of everyone properly. That's again why we need more universalized systems to ensure everyone is housing. Push the
But no,
galaxy.
what you're
I'm
saying,
concerned that a bunch of people on
yeah.
the right would rather just put people who are homeless in prison rather than actually provide them the help they need.
No, I personally, I think what we're doing to our homeless population, we wouldn't do to dogs, right? Like, I think it's absolutely terrible. But I also, my takeaway with what you're saying is my struggle with the Democrats. It's the death of math. And yes, there are exceptions where you have somebody who is working minimum wage and is homeless because of a divorce or whatever partner, whatever. But again, that's the death of math if we're talking about this, which is another scary part of society. I can guarantee you right now, you have people, you haven't burnt enough bridges, right, to where you could sleep on someone's couch if you needed to, if you physically didn't have a home. I could too, and I know there's a lot of people that couldn't because of certain situations that are terrible. I would want to be able to help them, but the death of math is the majority of those people, they've burnt so many bridges because of drugs, alcohol, whatever it might be, that they don't have a couch to sleep on. And again, that might be a hot take or whatever, but again, the vast majority of it is that's the problem. And we have a government that's funding.
Wait, so
in my
let me
opinion,
ask you.
go ahead.
Let's say that
Go
you
ahead.
think that that's the case. We can disagree on that because I don't
Yeah, yeah.
100% agree with you there. What do you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
the solution is?
Again, we wouldn't treat dogs that bad on the street, you know? So I think we need to get them help, right? Like we need to be able to have doctors that are, you know, again, it's a mental health thing, whether it, you know, drugs, mental health, it is something that we need to be able to fund to help versus just give them a home or spend $20 billion on homes that are going to, you know, again, it's the definition of madness. It's not going to work.
So what's the solution? If it's not fund
Not
clinics for
spending
help,
not
if it's
well,
not
number
funding
one,
access to housing, what is the solution?
well, number one, not spending $20 billion to create more
So nothing.
homelessness, right? Like that's like a cottage industry. Where
Wait,
it's
there's
almost
no
like
evidence that
they're-
it created more homelessness. And also, what's the solution? Is just nothing?
No, and I think we need to be able to come to the table to be able to talk about it because that's not a super easy.
Okay, we're at the table
question.
talking about it right now. What's the
All right.
solution?
Yeah, family, culture.
What about people who don't have family or culture specifically around them that's going to take care of them?
All right, and this is I'm not a religious person, but I do sometimes like the idea of religion, right? Like to be able to provide some kind of purpose for people. Like I don't, to be honest, like
If
I have, like,
religion were
three
going to solve homelessness, we live in a deeply religious society, that would have already happened.
No, I mean, again, it's purpose, right? Like and religion is not a purpose of mine. I'm just saying it could be for certain people. Like I have a handful, 3 or 4 purposes in my life. And those are the things that keep me on track and doing what I'm doing. I had to work for everything that I've had or been able to receive. And I feel like we've lost as a country a little bit of that purpose. And it could be termed hard work or whatever you want to say it, but like purpose, right? Like what's your purpose, Parker? I don't know. Like, I think I know because like you're spreading the word that you believe and like that's an important thing that keeps you going. That makes you wake up in the day.
So what's the
You're-
solution?
you
Is the
know,
solution you just like hope people around them help them out? Because do you think that's in of itself doing what you want the society to do? Because like I'm saying we should help people out, provide the funding for people, and you're saying we should cut that funding. That seems like not helping people out.
No, I didn't say cut funding.
Yeah, you said
I
instead
just
of
said-
giving $20 billion to combat homelessness, we should have just not spent that money.
I don't know if I said not spend.
So
but
what
I'm
should we
just-
have
yeah,
spent
it
that
was-
money on?
Well, no, I think there is obviously, again, it's. we
Everyone
don't have
wants
a
to
blank
complain
check,
about how
right?
we're
But-
addressing homelessness, but doesn't want to provide actual meaningful solutions to be able to do so.
Oh, no,
And when
for
I say
sure.
everyone, I mean Republicans.
It's drugs.
Republicans specifically, they
It's
constantly
drugs.
complain about how we address homelessness. What is the
if
solution?
you,
I genuinely, I want to know. I can't just hear complain without any
it's
meaningful
drugs.
solutions.
Okay, so
So what
I
about
can be more
drugs? What do you
direct.
do
It's
to stop
drugs.
that? Are you going to magically wave a wand and addiction's going to stop happening in our society? What are you going to do?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. But again, that's a personal choice, right? Like you have the opportunity to be able
Addiction
to
is not a choice.
do
For
drugs.
anyone who's ever dealt with addiction, you
Okay,
know that it's specifically going to
no,
be a
and again,
biological
I don't.
response to specific things at a certain point. It's not just like a choice in the way that you think it is.
No, I know, and I'm aware. I've lived it, and had people close, and so I'm aware. Yeah, no, again, these are not tough questions. I can just observe that it is a drug problem and we need to be able to fix homelessness. And I think we can. I'm not saying I have an answer right now. I'm thinking because there's other opportunities to be able to help that. But again, yeah.
Here's my
No,
point.
yeah. Go
We
ahead.
need more than just we need to come to the table and talk. We need to think
Oh,
about
I think
when
we
we come
need
to the
more
table
of
and talk
that.
what specific solutions we're going to be providing. My policies are like, we need universalized systems for housing to ensure that people are housed before they even get into those circumstances in the first place. Oftentimes, right, causing people to have to deal with being homeless in the first place, not having the adequate housing in the first place, creates problems where these systems become significantly worse off. There needs to be expanded
I
access to
don't.
health care and health services so that people have
Yeah.
access to the basic necessities they need. We need to provide policies for access, specifically in response to like drugs, similar to how Portugal has, and decriminalize drugs for personal individuals. Provide options for people who are dealing with addiction, specifically for like taking things safely, and for expanding access to health services to ensure that there are like medical health providers that can provide help to people who are in these specific situations of need. Expand access to treatment, provide universal access to that specific treatment without cost, simply so that people can go into it to a significantly greater extent, which would be very beneficial for addressing addiction within our country. Right? Those
I love
things
that. Yeah.
are things that we can take as actionable steps from the position we are right now. Does it fix everything? No. Right? I don't know of any single solution that will fix everything. I don't know. But
No,
we
and I
need
love
to
that.
start
I love
housing
that.
our citizens. We are the richest country in the history of the world, and we should never be living in a society in the richest country in the history of the world anymore where people have to live in such conditions. If we're willing to provide shelter, food, and basic necessities to prisoners, convicted murderers, pedophiles, rapists, and the worst of the worst in prison, why are we not willing to provide it to people who are just poor in this country? Why are we making it, right, preferable to live in prison than just to be poor in this country? To me, that's
No,
crazy.
no, I hear what you're saying, but I also, again, talking about, my experience being able to, not be handed anything and be able to work for everything that I have. Like, I know we talk about, and again, I'm flipping a little bit, somewhat related, but like minimum wage, right? Like a living wage. What is a living wage? Do you want minimum wage, in my opinion, is required and is important. I personally don't have a minimum wage because I'm able to negotiate my salary with my employer. And I enjoy that idea, but I do believe that there should be a minimum wage. I'm not saying that I'm not talking against that. I'm just saying that when you're talking about a minimum wage, that is usually for something that is a little bit more of an unskilled position where you eventually build skills to move on to something else that you can negotiate wages, right? Like you can talk about a longshoreman, you can talk about a lot of different positions that make money, good money, and they're not like arguing so much about what the minimum wage should be. So the livable wage to me, when I hear that, I don't want people to be paid less than they deserve, but I'm not somebody who is in a position to say, this is what you deserve or what you don't deserve, because I get paid what I deserve based on negotiating with my employer. And again, I'm not saying it's the same.
What
but I'm
point are you
just
trying to
saying.
make?
I'm trying to make a point that, like, yeah, no, we can build people up by saying, like, yeah, minimum wage sucks, build skills and move on to the next thing. You know, it's you look at low cost countries.
Yeah, if we could fix these
Costa
problems
Rica.
by just saying build skills, like I think we would have fixed
Okay.
it by now.
Okay, Costa Rica as an example. A lot of countries, they started in textiles. We outsourced manufacturing for textiles, clothing. Now, you know what Costa Rica's doing? They're making medical devices for our country, you know, or for our companies that are headquartered here. They've skilled up on their labor, right? Because again, that's the whole point of minimum wage is that you start and then you grow and you get better and you want to continue to get better. So again, I guess that's a little bit of a hot take, but it's kind of common sense in my opinion, and that's what I'm all about. As far as in my opinion, it might not be your common sense, but no, I want to be able to educate a labor force to be able to have them take the next step. And it's really not that hard, you know, like, and it's scary to hear about, you know, some of the things that we're seeing on like AOC. I know she's probably, I think she's running or at least like in the front of the Democrat nominee for the next election, right? Like Gavin's fallen off, which I'm happy because I have California roots and I know Gavin's fallen off a little bit. AOC. All right, no, okay, go ahead. And I can jump too. I know I've pretty much said everything. I mean, I could talk to you all night, but and I appreciate you. I respect you, and I hope you know you feel that I'm coming off a little bit like respect. I have a daughter who absolutely loves you and does not like the fact that I'm you know on here with you, and that's you know, but that's a different topic. But
I guess I'm confused with the point you're trying to make here.
Go ahead. Which one?
Like the point you were just trying to make with like the minimum wage stuff. Like how did that I guess relate to the points that we were making prior?
It kind of goes back again to what I feel we need to do to be able to change our society. Like, I don't think like if we're talking about homelessness and lack of homes and minimum wage, because minimum wage is part of that conversation, right?
By the way, Mila, don't mess with the
wage.
keywords. The keywords are specific. Just letting you know, I'm just letting a mod. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying like livable wage is part of the homelessness conversation, right? So that's why I brought it up. And I can talk to you about how I feel a minimum wage or a livable wage, specifically minimum wage, you know, what that means. I think I already kind of expressed that, but yeah, so it's a part of solving the problem, in my opinion, as far as what homelessness is, right? Like a livable wage and a home is part of the homelessness conversation. So that's why I brought it up. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that Republicans have any policy specifically to address that? To address access to housing?
I 100% do not know, and probably not. I mean, probably not. I have no idea. I don't think homes are necessarily the problem. I do think that home prices are extremely expensive. You know, I live in the Northeast or the New England area, and like I know it's expensive. I know I grew up in California. I know how expensive it is, and it seems like it's a crime, but then I kind of look at like overregulation related to being able to build. I think there's a lot of things we could do, you know? I mean,
Is there any Republican policy though that like is meant to address it?
No, but there's a lot of private companies that are backed by Republican thought that are, you know, creating a lot of low cost homes in areas for veterans. And I'm somebody who's a proponent of that. It's like, okay, why couldn't we do that? Again, it goes back to deregulation, which was one of my original comments, like the government taco stand. The government house is not going to be the best
could you name any
house.
specific deregulation or policy the Trump administration passed to address access to housing?
No. That's the whole point, though. Again, it goes back to I want a smaller government. I want to be able to
So you
solve
disagree
the
with
world's
ICE?
problems. It's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't disagree with ICE. I disagree with some of the actions that obviously we've all seen. And again, I'm a moderate. I feel like I'm I did not want to vote for Trump, but I was pushed into a certain direction because I don't believe in some of the things that I see. And maybe, again, I need to be educated more, but no. So yeah, I believe in ICE. I don't believe in some of their actions. And again, it's the same thing as like, I believe someone should have a job at McDonald's, but I've seen videos where people are being extremely rude to customers. Obviously, it's completely different than what we're talking about with ICE, but I'm just saying people are people, right? And they make mistakes. And yes, I don't agree with the actions of what we've seen with ICE. I don't believe anyone should be hurt. But yeah, no, I believe in ICE
Can I ask you a
at a high
question?
level. Yeah.
So you say you're a moderate. I don't know how you could possibly be a moderate and think Trump's the preferable candidate. I mean, like, I don't mean to go down the list of things, but he straight up called for the execution of his political opponents because they said to follow the law and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given it. Okay, how do you say that's moderate? How as a moderate do you think that
Well,
is
so
representative of your values more?
I'm a moderate who has common sense, and I feel like if I was in a situation where everybody who I worked with was trying to, whether it was true or not, to be honest, like again, and from my perspective, that's a different conversation. But like if I had people trying to prevent me from running for the next job or the next whatever promotion, and people were shitting on me, and then I got that promotion. Yeah, human nature. Again, I think all roads lead to narcissism. Parker, and and again, and that's not. I don't think that's a hot take. I think most people lead to narcissism, and I think that's what he's doing, right? Like he's like, you tried to shit on me, you lost. I'm president. And guess what? I'm going to shit on you.
Do you remember what my question was?
I'm pretty sure I kind of answered it, but no, I know what your question was. Yeah.
I'm genuinely asking. I don't remember. What was my question?
Yeah, no, that's good. So the question was, yeah, in general, I think the question was Trump is not a good person. And how am I a Democrat or a moderate? I'm sorry, I'm a moderate because I do consider myself a Democrat. I didn't vote Democrat, but I'm
So
just
Trump
saying,
explicitly called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. How do you see that as not a disqualifier as a quote unquote moderate?
yeah, no, he's not presidential. I'm not saying he's ever presidential or never has been, right? But again, I don't want to sit down and have a beer with my president. I want my president to run the government like he runs a Fortune 500, company, right? Like that's what I want. So I'm okay with some of the bad things. And yes, social media, there's a lot of things that are out there, right? Like, yes, no, I don't like
If
the
a
way he talks.
Fortune 500 company called for the execution of their opponents, would they be a good Fortune 500 company CEO?
No, and I don't like the way he talks. I do think it's a joke. I get
So
it. He's
is that
not
disqualifying?
presidential.
Is the question? Is like, why do you not see this as
Disqualifying? That's
disqualifying
not.
as a quote unquote moderate?
That's not for me or you to decide. He's not disqualified, so the answer is no.
Yeah, I'm asking you based upon your own personal position on whether you would consider him disqualified or not.
I mean, again, I don't like a lot of the things that he says. I don't like a lot of the things that previous presidents have said or done, right? Like, this isn't really new, but for some reason it is new. And that's the part that I struggle with. It's not new. It's not new. And again, maybe my age is showing a little bit, but it's not new. We can't trust the government. And I don't trust either one, but I trusted one over the other. And that was Trump. So, yeah, I don't like him. I don't like any of them. I've thought about starting my own third party, and you and I maybe can huddle and do something. But no, again, I'm just saying, like, I don't trust the two-party system. I think we're all being played. I think this is all part of what they want as far as, but again, I like the conversation because I know, and I haven't been reading the chats, and I know there's probably a lot of people that are shitting on me. But the whole point of my conversation with you is to be able to say, like, yeah, this whole thing is broken and we need to fix it. But there isn't one person that can fix it. It's not Trump.
No one said that,
and
but
it's
you have
not
to
Kamala.
vote for the preferable candidate. So why isn't it disqualifying to call for the execution of your political opponents if you're moderate and you want the system to have more unity and us to move in the right direction? How is that the right direction? Is my question.
No, it's not. It's not.
If it's the wrong direction,
yeah,
right, what makes you think that it's a better direction to be in than Harris?
Again, I go back to fear. We can talk about that. Again, I talked about fear.
Yeah, what
Right?
about
I
it?
think a lot of this country is fearful for different reasons. And I've talked to you a little bit about my fear. So yeah, that's why I voted for Trump. You know, and what's going on in Israel?
Respectfully, fear is not a good reason.
Oh, 100% it is. Fear
It's
is
a
like the
terrible
number
reason.
one reason.
Absolutely
Fear is the
horrible
number one
reason.
reason. Fear
Why
is
are
the
you not
number
fearful
one-
of the guy that called for the execution of his political opponents? Why are you not fearful of the guy who called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution? Why are you not fearful of the guy who doesn't believe the election results in 2020, that sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes, and we didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020 because he didn't like the election results? Why is that not fearful to you? Like, genuinely, you're worried about the Democrats being extreme when they are not the ones that have shown the most propensity to be extreme. You think it's like too extreme to like advocate for fucking grocery stores to be publicly run?
No,
Okay,
I hear what
but
you're
you're
saying.
not worried about him undermining our constitution, our democracy, our rule of law, pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers, calling them patriots, and all these crazy things. These are fundamentally against the values, the fundamental values of this country. It's not just whether or not they're in support of a fucking economic policy that's going to be a little bit different, or trying something new in terms of an economic policy. That's or what people try to bring up all the time, sports or something like that. That doesn't even affect anyone within the country. These are meaningful things that affect millions of people in the country that Donald Trump is making worse. That these are foundational elements to our country's democracy, our rule of law, our constitution. That if they don't operate in this way, we can lead to significantly greater levels of tyranny and authoritarianism. We have to be able to draw lines when it comes to these specific things. This is what you should be worried about. This is what you should be fearful about. This is why we have checks and balances. And he's threatening the checks and balances, is what I'm saying. You can't say the same thing about the Democrats. So why are you so fearful of the people that are fighting against the individual that's undermining our core fundamental systems? You have to swipe back into the app for us to be able to hear you.
I'm sorry, I was on low battery mode. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I can, I guess, rebut to what you're saying because, yeah, no, the fear is we will not be the greatest country in the world anymore. And I have to look from my view, do we not want to be the greatest country in the world anymore? And maybe that's true. And
How
like
are we
that's
the greatest country right now?
Oh, okay, hold on. But before I get into that, I wanted to get into what you were talking about related to.
I don't have a bunch of time, so I only have like
Yeah,
a
I
minute and
know.
30 seconds. So like if you'd
All
like
right,
to
all right.
respond to my question,
Yeah,
I'd love
no.
it.
So I do think we're the greatest country in the world, right? Like people come here because we are the greatest country in the world, because we have the most opportunity. It is definitely a dwindling or dying opportunity as far as what that American dream means, whether it really existed. I don't really know.
Wait, more
But
people were
again,
coming under Biden, therefore wasn't the country better then?
Yeah, but you only have so much, right? Like you have to be able to kind of control it a little bit, right? Like you have to have
Wait, but your evidence of the country being super great is that there are more people coming to the country. More people were coming to the country under Biden, therefore it was better under Biden. That's your argument.
Yeah, because all of our, like, however many generations of people came to this country, 3, 4, 5 generations ago. Yeah, they came to this country because it was the greatest, and we built this, melting pot of amazingness. And eventually, you can't just allow it to overflow. Like, it needs, again, I want there to be reform in regards to immigration. I'm not against immigration. I'm against the control of, but I know you're trying to lock this up. So, but no, I appreciate your time. I have more to say, but maybe next time.
Yeah, you're welcome to come up a different day. I do have to hop off, and it is like a
All right, cool.
specific time I have
No,
to
I'll
get
get
off.
it.
So
I get it.
welcome to come up a different day. When you come up, make sure to tell me I specifically told you you're welcome up, just so that I remember.
All right, appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Alrighty. I'm gonna call it for today, everyone. I have some people to thank, and then we can hop off for tonight. Michelle, thank you for the $25 for day 5 of sending Parker $25 until he gets a dog. That's so funny. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always. Danielle, thank you very much for the $3. Thank you very much. It's crazy, right? And then they don't even care about it. Christina, thank you very much for the 50 cents. I'll make sure to look out for that. Thank you very much. Marianne, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. So as Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, you're pretty much totally right on that, Amanda. As well as Kirsten, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Pay, thank you very much for the dollar. Thank you very much. Apparently not, but thank you very much. Madison, thank you for the $5 as well. Christian, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And Cassandra, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat, and then we're going to call it for tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through to the stream. Tomorrow I should be on, I'm assuming, later in the day. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $2. Ranger, thank you for the $5. L, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Robin with the $10. Marianne, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The Ryan, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. And then Marianne with the $5 as well. Thank you. I'm going to hop off for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. As well as Sophia, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you. Already have a fantastic night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night.